good morning. If possible, just give a hug. That's the one. That's the whole idea. That's the whole idea. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just to break a bit of that tension, and I'm aware that we are just having a cold morning, but not as bad as all that, eh? Yeah, colleagues, my focus and trying to also close from what we were doing yesterday will be more on, what I call the values, the virtues, and the victories of the history and heritage of youth leadership and participation. And we argue and debate this issue, and I know that we do this even at the level of those who were involved in 1976, as to whether is it true really that 1976 was a youth project. Mainly because there were many other people who were in the periphery, not in the actual planning, who were not that young, and were supporting young people. And I'm going to really speak about the particular support that we got and from who. And again, how that particular support also influenced our values and maybe contributed to our victories. Are we together? So that is going to be the core of, my presentation this morning. And I'm trying to also argue in my presentation that the June 16, 1976, again, was not just a Soweto project. Hello? It was not a Soweto project, and I'm going to show this with some of the slides that I'm going to bring up. And the spark was in Soweto. Then you will see how that spark gravitated to almost the whole country. It became a national project. And at the end of the day, let me bring to your attention that the day June 16 was declared by the OAU as the Day of the African Child. With it? So understand that now, that's how the spark reached even the international space. I spoke to you yesterday about the date, the 13th of June. And I indicated to you that the 13th of June at the Orlando YMCA DOCC, a group of students met. And when those students met, they then elected a leadership. And these were students who were representing different schools in Soweto. And the executive that they elected sits on your face right now. That's that one. And you will see Tsietsi Mashinini, who's no more. And then you will see this piece of flesh up there. I was still handsome. And, and then you will see Mefi Morobe. You will see Zweli Sizane. Zweli Sizane, who actually left the country and joined MK. And, but in his return, then he passed on. And then Sibongile Mkabela, then she was Miss Ntembu. I'm not too sure if I'm following this one. Yeah. And then another thing that I spoke about, and which I need to reinforce, colleagues, is that at the heart and what propelled us as young people of the time was Black consciousness. You would discuss this, even in the corridors here. You lose Black consciousness philosophy on June 16, you lose June 16. You lose the values, even the virtues of June 16. Because even members of Black consciousness who, even after 1994, when the unbanning of the liberation movement, even those members, even when they joined the other liberation movement, they were born, many of them, out of Black consciousness. Are we there? So if a person says to you, I'm ANC, I'm PAC, if you sit down with that person, somewhere sits Black consciousness. That's what united us. One of the main values of June 16 is how cohesive we were. We spoke in one voice. And let me assure you, when we were planning, when we were sitting even before that, we differed. I can tell you, one of the leaders who's still a leader today actually did not want us to march on the 16th of June. So we did not just come in there and say, 16th of June, yes, 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 we're going for it. But the conversations, the debates, the do we do it, and even how do we do it, had to call for some form of diversity in ideas. Are we clear? Even the how we do it. And I always hear people that the youth of 76 did not expect the violence from the police. That doesn't carry much weight. Apartheid was very violent, very violent. And for us to have we've just been thinking that now we'll go out there and there'll be police coming to say, you're doing well. Definitely not. We knew very well that there was going to be some form of violence from their side. Hence, we even emphasize this, that this is a peaceful march. Underline that. Hence, even students, before they even started with the Black Power salute, they started with the peace sign. Are we there? We immediately, when the police gathered around us, I know that you took a walk, I think, in the corner of Mwema and Vilakazi Street. And we call that now the confrontation corner. That's the corner where students had the first bullet and where there was the first killings. Even in that corner, when police now were starting to attack, we knew very well that now we were dealing with a violent form of government. But step back on why I'm raising this Black consciousness issue so strongly. It is because Black consciousness, I think I mentioned this yesterday, and there was somebody who actually agreed with me that Black consciousness was very, very structured in having to support not only youth, but also support even communities that time. Remember that Black consciousness was also born out of a vacuum that was left by the leadership that went into exile, some that went underground, some that were in prison. Then Black consciousness occupied that space to close that gap. And particularly many young people of those days were even starting to even lose their identity. I remember that time in the 60s, there was at some point Stella Star and Percy Sledge, who came to South Africa, and they were American musicians. And that's when our sisters and our brothers started to have afros. And you might have noticed one of my pictures in the museum there. I'm wearing a very big afro. And that was part of the influence. And of course, the Martin Luther King concept, the Du Bois concept, also had a very strong influence in the Black consciousness values and Black consciousness philosophy. Now, in doing that, most of what Black consciousness created as structures around Black consciousness, where I was arguing with young people the other day saying, economic empowerment is something that Black consciousness spoke about very strongly. And arts and culture is what Black consciousness also spoke about strongly. Health and education. In education, Black consciousness was able to even not only speak education, but also speak structures. And those were your Funda Center, I argued yesterday, Funda Center, and then Soweto Career Center, Umtapo in Durban, and I see Joyce is nodding because she's quite familiar with many of these. And Turret College, some of us who went to prison still at high school. We finished off our high school through Turret College. And Turret College was one also of the alternative education projects that existed then before 1960. And I was saying this to some students the other day, that you will be taught history by a person of, for instance, the caliber of Fanyana Mazibuko, old age. I'll remember the name. But what happened is that they will tell you that the history we are giving you is the history for your exam, but there is this other history, which is a real history. They will be able to even say to you, I'm going to show the role of the church later on, that the church played that time, and they will even indicate to you that this is what you're going to write for your exams, and this is what you should know. Yes, there was a Goede Hoop Dromedaries in 1652 at the Cape of Good Hope. That's for your marks. Huh? But that land belonged to African people. Then they'll give you that history. And so basically, most of these will be even structures and maybe projects that were alternative from those that are offered by the government of the day, which was apartheid government. Then you had arts and culture, you had Midupi. Again, Funda Center comes in. Funda Center also carried a lot of cultural programs. They still do. They've just revived Funda Center. Funda Center went down, it was dilapidated and otherwise immediately after 1994. But they then brought it back. Some people brought it back. And then here, we just lost Tatemo Chinyani, recently, one of the very strong black businessmen and was very, very passionate about black economic empowerment and black business. And these are the people who also at the same time started your NAFCOC, started your African Bank, National African Bank, Federal Chambers of Commerce. All those were some of the very strong black structures that then were sitting in that economic empowerment space. Are we clear? Then we had the health one. There was a lady here who confirmed, who I think has been to the Eastern Cape. One of the biggest projects that was there was that Zanimpilo. By the way, my son is Zanimpilo. I named him after this particular name. It means bring life, or bring health. And Empilweni Mobile Clinic. Empilweni Mobile Clinic played a fantastic work. It was led by Dr. Mongane. And because that time, I think I indicated this yesterday, that when you do get to run away, and you are being hunted by the police, then you run away, and maybe you are hit by a bullet or something, you would not go to a clinic that is under government. Forget it. You'll get arrested from the clinic straight to detention without trial. So we had a clinic that we used a lot in 1976 that was called Empilweni Mobile Clinic. There were other small clinics that were run particularly by Dr. Rampila Mampila in the area of Tefluap in the Limpopo. Are we clear? So I wanted to bring up that because this actually then is also going to even assist maybe the debate when people are trying to answer, what is it that we can do? I usually say to young people, some of these can be brought back. We can revive some of the structures. We can revive some of these programs. And it has been the challenge that I'm giving. I'm working with some young people called June 16 Brigades. And with Nelson Mandela Children, Nelson Mandela Children's Fund and an organization called REPSI, was 78 children that were sexually molested by a security guard in a primary school, just across from where we are. And these were black children sexually molested by a black security guard. And we had to intervene quickly in that space. And that is that space then that is actually saying to us, I'm always communicating as being one of those values that actually were strong amongst those who were in the leadership that time, very community-based. This influenced us. Hence my argument that now we were not just young people, there were also other support that we were getting in and around ourselves. Yes, the structure, again, of Black consciousness movement is very important. It must come up because it explains some of what I call the virtues of 1976. You had, that structure was explaining the Black community programs set in the middle. And then you had the South African Students' Organization, which was a tertiary institution, a tertiary structure of Black consciousness. That's the one then that actually managed to kick out at universities what was then called NUSAS. NUSAS, actually, that's the mother of Black consciousness, SASO. All these other structures were born in that number one, which was SASO, okay? And then there was the youth body. Our current, no, it's not more current, by the way, in the 7th administration now. Masondo. Amos Masondo was one of, actually, the first one to be, who set as the leader of the provincial structure in parliament, and then national in NAYO, and then there was also Black Parents Association and the South African Teachers Association. And again here, colleagues, note again there, that the Black Parents Association was actually even initiated just around June 16. Mama Winnie Mandela, Dr. Motlana, and the other many priests that I'm going to show here, immediately after June 16 decided that now children are just getting killed, just like that. And then they intervened and they started now forming themselves into what was started as Soweto Parents Association. And later, that association became a South African Parents Association. And actually later, that Parents Association became a NECC, the National Education Crisis Committee. And that is how even that moved. And that when it became this, even then NECC, the National Education Crisis Committee, it was because now they came together, parents and teachers. Are we there? And then from there, I spoke about Midupi and all these were cultural groups. And then another interesting part was the UBJ. UBJ was the Union of Black Journalists. So, who were very much also harassed at that time. The same Zimas who brought in that picture of Hector Pietersen and Joe Tolwe, who was this in City Press? who was also arrested in the 70s, who started City Press. They were all in those. What am I emphasizing here, colleagues? Please look at the cohesiveness. Check that. Check the working together. That also goes beyond just us as young people. Check that as we are processing, because that was the biggest value and practice, and which we lack at the moment. And as I'm saying that now, when we start even engaging, we should be asking, do we really understand each other? Do we really understand where we're coming from to be able to be where we are? Do we really are able to come up with whatever solutions here that can also contribute to that culture of cohesion? Am I making sense? That should be part of what we discuss most. I argued earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, that June 16 was not only about Soweto. And the fire started on June 16, right in the middle there. Are we there? Believe you me, that very evening, it was in Alexander. Actually, on the 18th. On the 18th, many students were killed by Zulu police at the university, then called Ngoye, University of Zululand. And that was on the 18th, Friday. And Togoza, Davidton's in what was then called East Rand, which is now called Eguruleni, Fosloras, Tembisa, Kagiso, University of the North. Now here's the struggle. Here are the fires now going up. And believe you me, we did not have cell phones, be reminded. Ask Joyce. We did not have cell phones. Don't ask me how did we communicate. So the phones that were actually more used were then you go on, then you can start communicating. And this now is when it is in Limpopo, and then Limpopo in what was then called Pietersburg. And then here is coming back to the East Rand, Pretoria, what is this? Mpumalanga. And Buputatswana, what was called Buputatswana, and then you see how it went right around, colleagues, up to even New Brighton on the 16th of August, and New Brighton being in Port Elizabeth. Now, that alone tells you that that one voice created so much fire that sparked off in Soweto. Are we together? Now, colleagues, towards my end, to me, the critical values that actually propelled young people that time: no political party affiliation. Note. Note. We did not come there as, wearing T-shirts. The only T-shirt that we'll be wearing it will be T-shirt Black Power. Yeah? and it was communicating the message rather than the party. Are we there? Are we there? And unfortunately, at the moment, this is where I have, as I'm still in the space of actually working with young people, I have a problem. When the hashtag Fees Must Fall started, one thing that they had as a big character is that they are not going to be controlled by political parties. They always wanted them away. They did it with, who's Juju? Julius Malema in Parliament. And when you tried to hijack them, they said no. And that I thought was what a beautiful way of getting politicians out of, that kind of continuation of our struggle. But unfortunately, at a later stage, I see there were a lot of tensions now. You know, they were starting wearing T-shirts of different parties. And that then, ethical leadership, no doubt. And no doubt, most of the leaders that we had in June 16, you had to be very, very ethical. Ask, including her father. Okay? And I spoke about that in full. And then the principles and the values of leadership were strong. And then our virtues, we knew who the enemy is, well defined and described. At the moment, the battle that we're having, the people that we are sometimes dealing with are people that are not supposed to be our enemies. Huh? And that goes to that question yesterday, the question that says, exactly who is behind all this? We might be looking for an enemy around, and the enemy is somewhere else. Now, what was that? Yes. Knowing what we want, we were clear. And people keep on talking about us fighting Afrikaans. That struggle was beyond Afrikaans. It was apartheid at a broader scale, and Bantu education as the center, and the core, then we used Afrikaans. Afrikaans was just get in and destroy this pillar. You know, that was our Samson, as in the Bible, you know, and then we had to hold that pillar and bring down the whole system. Are you there? And then I can tell you, there was a lot of planning. I tried to motivate on that one. A lot of planning and execution. And I don't know what is the story that you received, for instance, about where there was that confrontation. In itself, it was a well-structured way of us dealing with the police when they started throwing tear gas canisters, and later on unleashing dogs on us, and later on now starting to open up fire on us. Victories. I spoke at length about the unity that we were able to get together. I love that. Community and church support. Shaking the apartheid system. Actually, other people will argue that we forced the government of apartheid government to start negotiating with our leaders. We actually shook them and said, we are going to talk to our fathers and mothers. And apartheid opened our prisons, borders, to start negotiating. Colleagues, my last point I wanted to make, it's a lot, I'm not going to get into this, but I'll make available to the organizers this, and it is very important, Prof. It gives you what happened in January, because June 16 did not just become June 16. There was a lot before that, is the whole chronology of events leading to June 16. It goes up even beyond June 16. I wanted to speak and say, I'm sorry, that's the one. It was meant for a dialogue that I was doing. That says, the class of 1976 was supported by the clergy and the church. That was that. Did you argue that? Did you ever say that? Oh, I see, you're holding each other. And if you look at this picture in itself, you will see that some of those, we couldn't put them, all of them. Bishop Buthelezi, who was the first, by the way, to be in the Parents Association. Frank Chikane, who now is the president of the South African Council of Churches. And Smangali, I'm sorry, that's not Manasseh's, that side. I'll give you, but it's in the SSC. That was a lady who also taught me, who had a very June Chabaku, and, and who also was very good in youth clubs. She ran youth clubs, and she spoke very high English. Very high English. And very, some people will call her another name, a feminist, who will actually say there is nothing like history. History stands for his story. We need her story. And they will say there's nothing called heroes. Heroes is because there's a he. They will say sheroes. And I loved this lady, my heart and soul. And we used to call her Mama June Chabaku. And then Father Sibangaliso Mkhatshwa, Beyas Nudia. I think this young person who actually prepared this slide for me did it very well. Then he had to do pointing at that leadership. And there's the father. Stand up. And there's the father. That's the leadership of 1976 being protected up to that far. Ladies and gentlemen, let not the spirit of 1976 die. And please, let us do whatever we can to preserve, protect, and promote that history and heritage of 1976. It will, if handled well, it can assist in some of the problems that we have today in our youth space. God of Africa bless you all. Can I take one or two questions before? Yeah, one or two questions? It'll be one?
Anybody else have one?
No? Okay.
Can you talk a bit about
Can you grab the mic, please?
Can you talk a bit about what sort of the emotional climate was like when you were all organizing? So, I mean, I'm sure that there was a broad range, but would you say like the dominant emotion was like hope, or was it anger, or was it, how would you describe, because I was really struck when you said how unified it was. And when I see a lot of young people organizing today, there's division. And I'm wondering what you attribute that to. I mean, so maybe there's two questions. One is if you could tell me a bit about how you would describe the emotional kind of climate when you were all organizing, and if you have any analysis of why there's division today and you were so unified. I know you were appealing to the Black consciousness, and would that be your answer, or do you think it's bigger?
The period of 76, even before, some of us usually say we did not even get involved in that struggle out of wanting to or liking to. You know, the conditions in our homes, the conditions in our communities. I used to walk from Orlando East to Orlando West here in a shoe that was half open. And I stayed in a family where only you eat meat only once in a week. And that will be on a Sunday. And you eat custard and jelly only on Christmas. And I can go on. Now, that was building up, as also building up the anger, you know, and building up this, that now, I've got to change the situation. In many of us, you will sit down with the members that are here, will tell you where they come from. So those conditions really propelled them, actually forced them to be in the struggle. When we get to the struggle, when we got now together, then we just had to hold each other very closely That's the part that I saw. We're very united and very emotional. And it was very important that we achieve that. And otherwise, our struggle then would have been not taken us where we are. And so the emotional part was actually determined by the conditions that we came from. And the leadership unity and the working together was determined also by this, that now in us there was this anger of wanting to change the situation. And black people were powerless, and hence black consciousness also came up with a very strong slogan that said black power. We wanted this power to the people. Now, there was what maybe our parents would have felt uncomfortable with us if we get involved. They would say, you'll get to jail like Mandela for life. They warned us that, no, don't do that, don't get involved. You see, you'll be like Mandela. But we decided not to even listen to them, but go for this. You wanted to contribute something?
I just want to contribute something. You know, like I say, I left my 3-year-old. I had an auntie who was working as a domestic worker. You know, each time her bosses were not there, she would invite us to come over. At some point, we just go there, and she will hide us in a small room where she will only keep the crumbs, the bread crumbs in a box, dry them and put them in the box, and then send it home for her children to eat and even us to share. Then the delicious food that she's cooking in the house, she's not supposed to eat. They will buy feet and mogodu. She will cook for us in that small room with a primer stove. She's not supposed to even use the gas or whatever. You know, all those things, they build up to my anger to participate. I ask myself, Madam, my aunt is cooking so nice food for these people and we are not supposed to eat it. We only eat that pap and that mogodu in her room. And again, we wash in a small dish. When the bosses are not there, she will call me to the house. She was looking after the child, the small children. And those children were taught that she's a maid. And then she will say, the children will say, Mommy say this, Daddy say this. And when the parents are not around for some time, my aunt was very disciplinary. She will say to the children, the small children, yeah, you, when your mother is here, you say, my mom's this, my mom. Why don't you just say, Auntie Rachel or Mama Rachel, I need this? The child will apologize and say sorry, and then start behaving the way they should. You know, all that built up to our anger. Then we just said, this must stop.
Thank you. Yeah. So, colleagues, I wanted to say those were some of the stories. We can sit here the whole day and to tell what actually pushed some of us. It was, and that is why the anger is still there today when we see some of these not being improved. And the toilet at my home was outside. When you go to the toilet, you'll have to go out in the dark and go to the toilet outside. We're a family of 13, okay? And in this family of 13, we were sharing a 2-room house. This 2-room house had a bedroom and a kitchen cum dining. And this kitchen cum dining is bedroom. It's like a dormitory at night. In the day, it is just a full kitchen and a dining. Now, these are some of the things that I'm the firstborn of the family, and here I am, I've got to boil water here and go to the toilet, take a basin and go to the toilet outside to wash. And I don't want just to get much into that because these are practical situations that actually brought us to that anger of 1976. That was able, when we're coming together, to hold each other and embrace each other because we're from the same pain and the same environment. But I forgot to mention this, that there's the Cathedral of Soweto, we call it now, a church called Regina Mundi. That's where all now the activities of 1976, if you do have time at some point, do visit Regina Mundi. The altar of Regina Mundi was shot at by the police, and the ceiling of Regina Mundi has bullet holes that from the police attacks whilst they were attacking us inside Regina Mundi. So we always refer to Regina Mundi. And most, Hector Pietersen, for instance, also was buried from that church to the cemetery. So this is my end, and I don't want to take much time. And I think I would just say to all of you, thank you once more.
Seth, thank you very much. I just want to backtrack a bit. And I want to backtrack a bit because this morning, Nicole and I were discussing generational commitments to struggle. At which point which generation understand its responsibility to move forward? What Seth is describing is a situation after we had already decided that there is no way to defeat the apartheid system other than picking up the gun. In other words, we're preparing ourselves to enter into the military structure of the liberation movement, Umkhonto weSizwe. And I'm talking about a period in 67. In 66, the apartheid system made a major mistake. They created something called Dimbaza. Well, for me, my experience. At that time, in 67, I wanted to become a journalist because I thought you could fight struggle through journalism. So I must learn very quickly how to become a journalist and conscientize the nation that there's apartheid and so on. I fell into the hands of a very important woman who was 1 year younger than me, older than me, who said, I want you to go to, it's no problem, you want to be a journalist, but I'm going to send you to Eastern Cape to look at a place called Dimbaza. I arrived there. I'm shortcutting things. I arrived there, and as I entered Dimbaza, the first thing that struck my sight was the new graves which were there. Many new graves. On top of each grave was a pacifier, which meant a lot of babies had died. And I thought, what is this? I didn't have because carrying a camera at that time was very dangerous. You'd be arrested just for carrying a camera at that point. And I tried to communicate, I've seen this thing, I don't understand what it is, but long and short of the story is that I then understood after I talked to the people. I couldn't write that story. I became too emotional. Because the women there were saying to me, we arrived here after giving birth, and there was something wrong with the water. And when the children suckled, they had non-stop diarrhea, and they passed. Hence the several new graves with pacifiers on them. I'm saying this is the turning point in my consciousness when I realized, no. There's something very wrong with this country. And I went back to the woman who had sent me, Joyce Dipale. I went to Joyce and said, no. Journalism won't do. There's something else that we need. That's how I was then recruited into the underground of the African National Congress in '67. And in that thing, first of all, we had to learn what does it mean to be underground? Second, what does it mean if you say, I want to be an MK cadre? Unfortunately, that was short-lived in the sense that we were then arrested 2 years later. And that arrest created, I think, across the country, created a very severe understanding of how critical the situation was, in the sense that the arrest meant solitary confinement. We were in solitary confinement 9 months, 12 months, 2 years, whatever. I'm putting here the situation between 67, maybe 66, and 10 years later, which was what Seth was talking about. So there was this thing that developed where we were wondering. It was a most trying moment. What do you say to Seth? To say, Seth, we're in a very dangerous situation. You can get killed. Don't go and throw a stone. Because we already had a mind of armed struggle, that you must be able to train, go underground, and destroy the economy rather than people. And they were already saying, we're going to throw the stone, and of course they were going to get killed, because the stone can't stand against the gun. I'm talking about different generational periods. After that, I think we talk about 88, when a new generation comes up, aware of armed struggle, aware of 76, and saying, how do we step into the struggle? And that's who we're now receiving in exile, and ensuring that they come into exile, but they're also able to come back into the country. Because if they come back into the country, they are creating a basis for armed struggle inside the country. Question, which we have to discuss. The generation before us in 66 had already gone into exile. They took a decision, O.R. Tambo, leave the country, we're not going to survive. In order for us to survive, get into exile and start from there. It took almost 9 years, from 1960 to 69, for the ANC to come out through Morogoro, the historical Morogoro conference, which then coincides with what Seth was describing now, because many of the people who were in 76 enter exile after Morogoro had happened in 69, and prepared to receive the 76 detachment, what we call the 76 detachment, which then did a qualitative leap for the African National Congress, in the sense that the people who had left in the 60s were elderly people. You could train them, but they would never come back to fight. But now in 76, what he was talking about, when people leave the country, 76, 77, 78, 79, is young people who have been politicized enough to say, I am ready to die. And these are the people that we capture now, us who are outside already, who we capture and put into Angola in the training camps. To then say, yes, you are going to fight, but if you are carrying a gun, what is your responsibility? And I'm raising that against the backdrop that we're talking about black consciousness, meaning let the black people rise. Against who? All white people? And then we had to then introduce this thing of non-racialism. You are fighting for non-racialism, which is what I was saying about Joyce and myself. We were very keenly aware that we are fighting for a country which must be non-racial. You are not going to kill a white person because the white person is white. You are going to have to be so politically astute to understand who is the enemy. The enemy is the one who's carrying the gun for apartheid against the majority of people in South Africa. This is who we must shoot, which is very tricky, but fortunately the training that those young people got in Angola trained them. If you said to Joyce, go and kill Veli, you have to explain why Veli, not because she's white, but why. And this was a major shift from the black consciousness movement. This is what's saying black consciousness, shifting into non-racialism. And I'm not saying black consciousness was not important. It was extremely important. But in political terms, we should define it and say it was fighting for equality, which was very important. People are equal irrespective of the color of their skin. That's what black consciousness was fighting for. And correctly so, because in turn, the apartheid system was saying black people are inferior, and therefore they deserve absolute inferior treatment and engagement as not developed people. And therefore it was correct for black consciousness to emerge the way it emerged and said we are a people, not only that, but we are a people in the right place of birth, where we were born, and we have the rights of citizens. I thought I should just give that part of it so that as we go on with the next thing, we also use that point of reference to assess how then we move forward. Next speaker, please. Thank you very much. Okay.
Dumelang. Dumelang. Okay. Dumelang Bagolo. Oh, I'm the youngest here. I'm the youngest here. Thank you, Ntate Serote, Ntate Serote. Ka utlwala? Okay. So thank you, Ntate Serote and Ntate Serote, for your contributions. And also, I was just thinking about things that we were discussing yesterday, and I was reflecting as the youth. And what kept on ringing in my head, I mean, I know that the Serote was like, what is the problem? Let us identify the problem. But what kept on ringing in my head as the youth is the question if it was worth it. Like, I kept on wondering if it was worth it, because I'm seeing what is happening today. It almost feels like the youth of 76 took 10 steps forward, and then we are like 1,000 steps back. So I sought to have like a political deep dive on, what contributed to the march, why there was the Black consciousness philosophy to begin with, and what happened in the 70s. So where were the leaders earlier, prior to that? Where were the elders? Yes, Ntate Serote, you just maybe accounted for that now. But we just need to know, why would there need to be Black consciousness? Why would there need to be a march if, there were elders, if there was the ANC, if there was the PAC? And because if I'm thinking of the loss of lives, Ntate Seth did a nice presentation to even show how far this spread, and the question is that if it spread that far, and we're just thinking of Soweto, why are we still having consequences? So the title of my talk is The Silent Ramifications of the 1976 Massacres in Post-Apartheid South Africa. So here I just want to give a brief background of the ANC, the PAC, how the Black consciousness movement comes in, what actually happens, what are the political consequences of the massacres of 1976, so direct response from the apartheid government, and basically what we are experiencing today. So, someone who's not living in South Africa could ask Uguti, if it's post-apartheid South Africa, why are there consequences? And sometimes I ask myself if we are attributing consequences of apartheid, if we are blaming apartheid for problems which are actually because of our conquest, as Ania, because of the conquest. I mean, of course, apartheid would count as that, but I just will now see the direct consequences of apartheid, or ramifications that are not spoken about directly from apartheid. So the myth that Ntate Seth tried to dispel was that June 16 was not about Afrikaans. There were already movements. The Black consciousness philosophy and movement was much active in townships, right? There was, he mentioned that from NUSAS, Steve Biko created then SASO, which was the Black consciousness philosophy, but immediately it spread to the masses, right? And if we're attributing June 16 to Afrikaans, I'd just like to read a quick paragraph from Hector Pietersen, who was the deputy president of the SSRC, which is the Soweto Student Representative Council. And I believe, in my thoughts, I just think that this dispels the idea that this was an Afrikaans thing, because the Black consciousness movement and the programs were there before the June 16, and even before June 16, there were already marches that were organized. He spoke of June 13th. Even before that, there were marches which were organized. It just so happened that on June 16, with the protest against Afrikaans, there were 20,000 students. There were more students than there were before. So this is why it gathered so much attention. So yes, it wasn't a coincidence, one-day organization. There were parents who were already involved at that time. But just to read on something of Hector Pietersen, so this is what he says. With the introduction of Bantu education in the early 1950s came a huge clamor for the need for a uniform education system. Inherent in this clamor was the belief that education offered before 1954 was the most appropriate for the citizens of the Union of South Africa. But we have since established that Western formal education does not meet our domestic developmental needs. The clamor was well-intentioned, but a study of that educational system may reveal the fact that it could have been equally, if not more, damaging as Bantu education. So what normally happens is that when people speak of June 16 and Bantu education, there's this myth that British education, education of the British, of the liberals, was more preferred, and that instead of the students being taught Afrikaans, they preferred to be taught in English. But here is a student leader of the actual march saying that Western education, basically referring to the British, is equally damaging to the Africans. So as Bantu education and Afrikaans. So it wasn't a question of preference. It was just that it didn't meet the developmental needs of an African child, and it was rejected. Now, to think that someone would say this, but overemphasize the importance of Afrikaans, it wouldn't make sense, because these children were conscious of the system, were conscious of what's happening, were having communications with their parents. Their parents were leaving for exile. So it's not like this was an unconscious decision or an impromptu decision in terms of Afrikaans, but it was going to then go after, it was after June 16, there were more programs, and I'll get into how they actually formed their own military wing. So I guess I just wanted us to be on the same page. Are you fine? Okay. I just wanted us to be on the same page in terms of Afrikaans not being like the only thing. And this is something that's made, that is understood and made by a 17-year-old. So to be able to say that Afrikaans and English and the type of education are not good for us as Africans, you would have to actually even understand conquest, how conquest comes along, why you're learning Afrikaans in the first place, why you're learning English, why you're not learning in your own language, what it is that you're learning. You know, they encountered, someone was saying yesterday, they encountered a whole lot of anti-blackness in the textbooks, you know, and that, of course, Africans are supposed to be heroes of wood and drawers of water, and just be, you know, domesticated. So this is what was basically taught, and this is a 17-year-old along with other children, 13, I think that Seth was 13 or 12 at the time, but this is what they basically understood. So we actually have to understand the mindset, and also to just, not because I'm trying to put my words in the mouths of the youth of 76, but across particular writings, and one also of Hector Pietersen, there is a paper titled "The Struggle for Liberation Was About Land," right? So unfortunately, then we can say if he says, or the SSRC or the military wing says that the struggle for liberation was about land, then it might seem to someone that how do you move from Afrikaans to land? But then this can be accounted for from 76 up until, let's say, up until maybe 79 or the early 80s, before the Black consciousness movement is actually eradicated systematically for this main, you know, reason. So, so of course today, because you know, the land is not there, we are still suffering the ramifications, and we cannot know what exactly, because we cannot know what else exactly the youth of 76 wanted for us. So now, since we are maybe the youth, you know, to have these conversations or to expand of this philosophy, it's quite difficult. It's quite difficult because there are so many bridges of which we are not speaking about, and that we would actually, that I would actually like to discuss. So before Black Consciousness movement, there was the ANC, right? The ANC was founded in 1912. It was founded after the formulation of the Union of South Africa. As a reaction to the Union. So the Union of South Africa between the British and the Afrikaners excluded Africans, excluded Africans, and then ANC was basically formed as a retaliation to that. And the group of the ANC were, we can say, civilized natives, very educated. They're traveling abroad, teaching abroad. You know, they were not like the average mass. You know, they were quite educated, and also just to mention in the 1912 when it was formed, and they were objecting the Union of South Africa. They actually wrote to the British and said that, you know, they are the loyal, they identified themselves as the loyal subjects of the British and asked that they don't be excluded, right? So we have to look at the particular class and ask, where is the black consciousness in the members of the ANC? Why there would later need to be a black consciousness movement? Was it not there? How were these people identifying themselves? How they were relating with the normal person, or if they were even relating at all? So, okay, just a moment. So another factor that led to the ANC to be created was because there were wars. There were tribal wars, not tribal wars, but wars fought by separate groups, cultural groups with the settlers. So they wanted to unite all the Africans. They wanted the unity of all the Africans so that they could respond to the system, to respond to basically the system. So they were not the ANC formally. They were the South African Native Congress. Yeah, there was a South African Native Congress. So and at the time, as a South African Native Congress, they already knew, they had an idea of any form of nationalism. They were not interested in nationalism because, as I said, they were civilized natives. So by civilized natives, this could have also been informed by, of course, the fact that they were highly educated, but also in Natal and the Cape Colony, which was ruled by the British, slavery was abolished in 1830, and blacks were now, natives were now able to vote, allowed to vote, had free rights, could work. So this was the model that the ANC founders were actually working on, that they were actually following. And when now comes 1910, they are excluded. Comes 1910, they're excluded, so they're basically devastated because they don't have the rights, right? They don't have that privilege, and also they had also relations with Black Americans who would come here, form Ethiopian churches, relate with them. They even when traveling, they had a much broader worldview, so they wouldn't think that they wouldn't really be interested in native affairs or the affair. They were not the common man. They were not the common African man. So when they now changed their name to the African National Congress instead of the South African Native Congress, I personally wonder if it was because they were running away from nativism, because they would then identify that as something that is barbaric, that is savage, because they are looking at it with a European worldview. So of course, in that case, then you can't really have some sort of Black consciousness. So there are class differences, and different struggle. So again, the ANC at that point does not have a large amount of masses, right? They don't have the people and a specific agenda. They don't have a specific agenda to actually do for the people except for themselves. Now, in terms of 1948, when apartheid then begins, the ANC then, I think it was under, was it Uma? But just before that, the PAC was a breakaway group from the ANC, right? Because of the nationalist question, the question about land, right? So the PAC had had broken away simply because the ANC became, initially it was not non-racial, so it became non-racial, starting with Indian people. When there was an Indian person who I think this was 1940, was it 1949? Yeah, who accused an African boy of stealing and threw them out the window, and then the Africans retaliated by killing about 50 to 80 Indians, retaliated because, this is a boy, why are they being murdered? So after that, the ANC then tried to reconcile that and like, no, we'd like to work with you. They liked Gandhi. They were inspired by Gandhi, so they tried to work together, and this is the initial step of how the ANC becomes non-racial, as Antoinette Sithole actually likes to emphasize that this was the part. So it was not initially non-racial, then it becomes non-racial with this event, and then it accommodates whites, which are white communists, in 1950 because the white communists needed numbers. They needed numbers, so they approached the ANC. They're like, okay, hey, can we work together? We need your numbers, da 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 da. And later in 1955, then there is a Congress of the People. So basically. It's a Congress alliance, which is the Congress of the People, the Colored Congress, the Indian Congress, and the ANC in itself. And they have an event which they introduce the Freedom Charter, right? The Freedom Charter is a very, I don't know if I can say debatable or what, but the Freedom Charter is said to be the will of the people. It's said to be the will of the people. They went around asking the people what they want for freedom, da 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 da. But then we find then that it was written by the white communist Rusty Bernstein, right? And of course, the first point is that the land belongs to all those who live in it, both black and white. What's interesting is that at the event, when it is presented, the ANC president, is it still Uma? Not sure. The ANC president at the time confesses at the event that this is the first time he sees this document, like the president entirely. And I would think that if this was an alliance and this was fair, as a president, he would have to review and add maybe some of the things, but this was the first time he was seeing this. So then the people who moved away to formulate the PAC rejected the Freedom Charter, called it the Freedom Cheetah, and of course raised the questions of if the natives are actually attacked so much and they are living under the system of apartheid, why would there be a question of to whom the land belongs? And why are they saying both black and white? Would this be someone coming from a shack in the township? Would this be an actual demand? But then, of course, we find that it was written by the white communists who then had the intellectual power over the ANC. So this then creates the fundament of why do we get to black consciousness philosophy. PAC is created, rejects the Freedom Charter, rejects any form of non-collaboration, and actually Robert Sobukwe is part of is the actual president. And basically wants to use the ideas which he introduced to the ANC, and they were rejected because of civilization, civilized nativeness. He wants to introduce that to PAC and communicate with the masses. So Antoinette Sithole, or maybe it was Antoinette Seth Maubani, spoke of the Sharpeville massacre on the 21st of March. So this is 1960, right? This is 1960, and he wanted civil disobedience, rejecting past laws, and was inspired by Kwame Nkrumah, right? And thought that in 3 years that they should have received their independence. So I'm not exactly too sure what were the relations of the civilized natives, the ANC civilized natives with the African continent and their leaders, but I can confirm that the PAC, it wasn't Kwame Nkrumah and the continent as a whole, they were the Pan-African Congress. So then the PAC, the Pan-African Congress, then inspires black consciousness. So in 1960, after the Sharpeville massacre, the PAC and ANC are both banned. And when they're banned, there's sort of like, there's no leadership, like what is happening, who's going to take this on. Some went to exile, some are sent to prison, and the Black consciousness movement then is formulated from NUSAS, which was a student body in Natal, but it was non-racial. But Steve Biko had a brother who was from the PAC and had read a lot, and he had said that he noticed that there was a lot of paternalism with discussing issues with whites. You know, they wanted to speak on their behalf, but were not having the same experience. So basically, by formulating the Black consciousness philosophy and Black consciousness movement, he wanted to create a space where Black people can deal with their problems just as they are. So what now becomes an important factor in terms of the movement and the philosophy is that immediately when they interact with the crowds, with the communities, or immediately when they become a movement, they center the masses. So this means that they are trying to right the wrongs of the ANC, which was like an exclusive moment, which was like an exclusive movement at the time, if a movement at all. So immediately they center the masses, they're having community projects, they have feeding schemes, they are sending teachers to Soweto to actually teach of the philosophy. They want unity, they are interested in the level of education. So you could even see, if some of you could date back to the writings of the students at the time, you'll find that this does not sound like a 13-year-old, this does not sound like a 15-year-old, but this is also because of the amount of work that the Black consciousness movement actually did in the communities. And they were not just concerned about the intellectual side, but also the livelihood that the Seth spoke of, Zanempilo, you know, they were sending, whether it be groceries, health, anything to basically keep the Black community alive. And this is still in apartheid. Like, this is still something which, I mean, they shouldn't be doing in the first place. So how 76 basically is formulated. I'll just touch on certain points that that the Seth did not, to just save on time. Okay. Okay. No problem. Okay. So now this means that the average Black student is politically conscious, is conscious of the economic state, is conscious of their Blackness, is conscious that, you know, they could just die anytime, because you can imagine the rate of funerals that were happening in the township. It was insane. It was literally a dog-eat-dog. So Dr. Seth was right by saying that, you know, it wasn't a naive thing. Like, it wasn't a naive thing. So one of the people who played a role, the teachers who played a role, is Tiro, who taught Hoffa's Morris Isaacson. I think it's not too far from here, right? Yeah, it's just up the road.
Actually, in a different.
Where are we?
Yeah, we're in Orlando West.
Oh, we're in London.
Is in Central West.
Is Jabav? Oh, yes. Oh, okay. Okay. So he taught there at Tiro was part of SASO, and then came back to teach at Morris Isaacson, and also helped to spread the Black consciousness philosophy. And his beloved student was Dieti Mashinini. Now, what I feel like we don't credit enough is that these are students who could have chosen the path of being civilized natives, who could have chosen to be like, okay, I'm educated, I don't have anything to do with my community, with the masses, but then they actually study and go back to help their communities, to actually assist in their liberation. I mean, I feel, for me, I think it's honorable, and this is why we should keep the names of Ntate Tiro alive. And Now, yesterday we spoke of SASO and SASM. SASM is the South African Student Movement of now the students in Soweto. Each school had a representative, right? SASM was the action committee. Basically, it organized marches, saw how it could address student issues and also political issues. It then became the Soweto Student Representative Council, and Tsietsi Mashinini was the president and Hector Pietersen was the deputy president. Now, after June 16, I'm not going to highlight on June 16 because I think we had already done enough of that. But just after June 16, and by the way, we must also think about the number of children that died. What happens to the admin? Who buries them? Where are these people getting the funding to actually bury these children? Like, they didn't think that they're gonna die, and then suddenly you have about like 300 to 500 bodies, and like others are in prison, others we don't know, others are still missing till today, like we're speaking about Mbuyisa Makubo. What happens to the admin? So when we think of that trauma and we think of the level of organization of the Black community and even Soweto in itself, I mean, I feel like these are things that are underlooked, but we should actually be like, oh, whoa, how did you manage to pull this through? Most especially if you're still planning more protests now and you're still getting killed daily, and your kids, now there are hippos everywhere. They are just trying to tame the students. Now, on the 4th of August, at that time, Tsietsi Mashinini, who was the president of the Soweto Student Representative Council, was wanted high and low. You know, the apartheid government was like, hey, we are paying everybody. We are paying you, just locate this person. And that they said, can you just remind me when he actually leaves the country?
After the 4th of August.
Just after the 4th.
September, October.
Around, okay, I think it was before September. It had to be in August. So I'm just, wondering, okay, in the dates. So the 4th of August happens. These children are basically uniting the parents and the workers. They have a worker stay away where about 70% of Black parents actually heeded to the call, and actually they walked to John Foster Square to release more political detainees. And now you have parents, you have workers. It's not a student thing, which is why it's like, if you're gonna June 16, say June 16 is anything that happened in 76, it just limited to children. So, the 4th of August, there's the parents, there's the workers, and there's the students, all together for one mission, which is not actually often mentioned because the students are said to just, do their own thing, and their parents are like, oh, what are you doing? But they actually supported them. And unfortunately, in their walk to John Foster Square, more people even died than on June 16, because now you can imagine it's not just students, it's parents, it's workers, and they're trying to cripple the economy of the country by not actually going to work, which is something Sobukwe wanted to do. So we already see the PAC relations or inspiration within the Black consciousness movement and Black consciousness philosophy. After that, in September, wait, let me get my, so now they decide to boycott brands, they decide to boycott actually going to work. So now you must remember the students and the workers are working, and the parents are actually working together. So it's not an idea of rebellion that, hey, I'm not telling their parents, cool, they didn't tell their parents on June 16, but thereafter the parents were involved because they wanted to not only defend their children, but actually fight against the system. So Tsietsi left late August, and immediately then this is when Hector Pietersen becomes the president. So then we have events like Black October, which was spoken about yesterday. We have Black Christmas, where in terms of Black Christmas, no one in the township is supposed to buy anything for Christmas because the aim is to cripple the economy of the country, right? And already this has been done because of the international coverage and shame that has. Are you coming to cut me?
No,
Chief.
I'm just saying fast track.
Is my time over? They gave me 50 minutes later. 50 or 50.
No, just carry on. It's fine. Just carry on for.
He's intimidating
Fast
me.
track.
He's intimidating me. Elder.
No, I can't intimidate.
I think the idea was to split it between your talk and some discussion afterwards.
Okay. So, 10 minutes? 10 minutes. Yeah, but you can see the time.
No,
Okay. 10, you'll do this, 10 is over.
please go on. And
Yeah, okay. Okay, so just to fast track, I wanted to go in the details of the event, but then the SSRC then does not end there and creates its own military wing. So when Tsietsi leaves, he goes to Lesotho to actually plan for a creation of a military wing. So this was the response to the 4th of August, right? So in the creation of this military wing, they have the support of Zambia, they have support of Swaziland, no, it's not Swaziland, Nigeria, Lesotho, is it Namibia? I'm missing one country. So they are getting monetary support from African countries, right? To the form that the launch of this military wing was in 79 in Lusaka, Zambia, right? And they're getting military trained, and they're telling the students here in the country to not join the PAC or ANC, but the South African Youth Revolutionary Council. So I just wanted to add the point that they got killed, murdered with stones and all of that. They defended themselves with stones, but then they were like, aha, nah, we are dealing with the gun now. And simply this would not have been the case if Afrikaans was the only problem. Now fast forward, because Madala A is, yeah, I see him. Fast forward to the response of the apartheid government. Botha's total strategy and total onslaught. So he introduces reforms to, of course they're devastated. He introduces reforms to the country in which now black people are allowed to own businesses. They have urban development. They are able to live outside outside Soweto. He's funding businesses. This is where your Richard Maponya, your Cyril Ramaphosa actually created. So he wants to create the black middle class as a buffer class to the actual masses, right? And at the same time, this is total reform and total onslaught. At the same time, he's murdering, like he used the South African Defence Force to actually deal with the masses, right? To actually deal with the masses. Yo guys, I feel attacked. At the same time, he allowed the multi-party, now non-racial parties were banned, so he allows them he unbans them. So to seem like, he's reforming, he's relating to, because he's terrified by 1976 and what's going to happen. So yesterday, in part of, in addition to the murdering and everything, I figured you were speaking about water being contaminated in the 1960s. Brother Harry, were speaking about Ponty, what? In terms of the drugging of the water. Project Coast in the 1980s, where the water was drugged, right, for the masses, basically. This is like a murderous, it's totally out of control. He's funding the tribal parties or whatever it is to actually destroy. There's more guns that are coming in the township. So it's basically a buffer creation, and then destruction in the township through guns, through drugs, through the South African Defence Force coming, and there are more deaths even throughout. So now the ramifications which then stay afterwards, and what would also show that there is a relation between the ANC before and what we are currently experiencing, even with the ANC now, to just show that this was a transition. It wasn't anything to be like, okay, let's restructure everything. How will people live? How will the economy run and stuff? So now the education even now you can get taught in Afrikaans as a first language, but it's mostly centered on English and Afrikaans. You don't really get taught in our native languages in different spheres, right? This is something we're discussing also with the participants. The tribalism which was funded by the apartheid state, mainly the IFP, and also creating Bantustans, preferring people of Bantustans over the ones from the townships is still there in terms of work. There's more tribalism, not that there's more tribalism, but it's still there where there is a tribalistic hierarchy, and this is directly from apartheid, which was not dealt with. Of course, the land, of course now also the black middle class, the buffer between the black middle class and the underclass. There's a huge distinction where just because you're seeing Dimpo and I as black representation, you think that this is basically how everything is, which is not. It's just that, of course, we're the majority of the population. So just seeing us does not mean that this reflects the conditions of the majority. So, of course, the economy is still owned by the minority, which is owned by the minority, while the majority owns like 13% of the economy. Of course, this was the same thing in the government of national unity, that they wanted to retain the economy. When they first had the government of national unity in '96, it was going to be a transition to keep the same structure and help them govern. So how are they governing on? So of course now it's profit over lives, the same way that it was. History is not written properly, and it favors particular people. We're just mentioning what is mentioned of 76, right? And just a picture of Hector Pietersen, a paragraph, and of course, whatever I say would never be written. There are no archives, no respect and honor of people who played their lives. We had mamas here share their stories. Who are they? Like, some of them I didn't know, even though I say I'm researching on this, but I didn't know them. So this is still the case. And how the police interact with the masses, it represents how the apartheid police interacted with the masses. So despite, race. And still the allowing of drugs to be sent in the township. Of course, we have a Nyaupe problem. We have a crystal meth program. So, and we know that some drug laws are there in Cape Town and are not even from here. So that is still fueled. It's nothing that is prohibited, that, since it was like this in apartheid, we're not going to do it now. So these are things that are still here. The tokeneering of blacks is still there. Social grants, RDPs, how do you become independent? No, there's no communication of that. So mostly my generation, I'm finishing timer, my generation likes to say the ANC sold out, right? Even before this GNU. And I don't think the ANC sold out. Like, I don't think the ANC sold out. Like, they were just living in their dream and ideology. Like, it's too much to say that because to say the ANC sold out, it's as though they promised us that they're gonna do certain things. The ANC did not promise to give you the land, did not promise to. As I said, they were civilized natives and all of that. They cared in terms of the economy. They were capitalists and all of that. So I don't agree with the narrative that the ANC sold out, so that we should expect better from them or anything like that. I feel like they're living in their truth, and this is why the Black consciousness philosophy or even PAC came through. It just so happens that as we are today, there's maybe a monopoly of history, and we are unable to share these stories. And yeah, so last point, if anyone is interested in part of this information, I run the Hector Pietersen Institute, so maybe if you have particular things that you'd like to know and stuff, you can just hit me up. So yeah, that is my lengthy presentation. Thank you. Thank you. So
I'll ask Seth to come through.
Am I leaving?
No, you can sit down.
There's a point that I just needed to connect. When in 1976, what she called admin, better part of the funerals, better part of us in detention, was done by the underground movement, one, and through the church. If you ask me, how did I get my education? It was through being in prison, an agency called SAPET, South African Prisoners Education Trust, which was sitting at the SACC. It brings back that point about the church supporting. Park that point. There were a lot of the Regina Mundi, that family, you understand, they were supported by, when I pointed her out, I was not aware that she's there, Hector Pietersen's family. The arrangements of the funeral under the under the parents, what I call Soweto Parents Association, made out of, actually, a year after 1976, what happens? Hotel House, 42 De Villiers Street, bombed. What happens? Guns are found in a church. Now, I just wanted to say the need to be that it was not just left at whoever. I usually say my boss now is Father Mkhatshwa, and he will tell the stories of how they will take the Bible and put cash to deliver to someone, how they will use their cassocks underneath to actually deliver to different sites. All I wanted to say that admin, it might have not been covered fully, but there were means that were either underground using the church to distribute those monies. Why was even Regina Mundi attacked, not only SACC, but attacked and all that? When they were even attacking the altar, the belief was that some of these guns and monies are under the altar or in the vestry. Further, part of my hiding place was the St. Mary's Church in Orlando East in the vestry. And I could only sleep with cassocks. So I just wanted to...
Thank you very much. Do you want to sit there? Or?
I want to go back.
If you are ready.
Sorry?
No,
I'm checking if he's mad at me.
No. I wouldn't be. You are absolutely entitled to your views. Nobody must stop you from that. What I wanted to say is that as we are seated here, there are blacks and whites here. And forever, this is how the struggle of South Africa was run, by blacks and whites. There was never a time where, if I went into the Communist Party when I'm sure I was maybe 30 years old, which means it's a long time I've been there. There were whites, there were blacks, there were Indians. And because we believed in non-racialism, we had to be equal. There were some people in the Communist Party who had never been to school, and they were given a time to speak in their own language. I'm trying to address this question about the fact that perhaps the white communists were more intelligent than anybody else. There's nothing like that. We ensured in the Communist Party that every person must be heard and what they express must be discussed in detail. And that's why we could arrive at a point where we say South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. Otherwise, what must happen to the white people? If we were South Africa now, what should happen to the white people who are here? if we did not have that position which says this house belongs to black and white. We have to kill all the white people. We didn't, not because we were not educated. We understand humaneness and humanity, which is what we should accuse the Zionists about now. They are not about humanity and they are not about humaneness. That's why they want to kill all the Palestinians and take over the country. Same, I'm comparing that. It's not actually the same way, but there are commonalities. Same with Haiti. The reason that France, Britain, America will always want to do what they are doing now in Haiti, it's because of this, and we should be careful about this racism. Because somebody's skin is black can never mean inferiority. Because somebody's skin is white can never mean superiority. We are human beings, starting point. What changes that circumstances is the material power which each side may have. If the material power is with the white people, they will be superior, of course. If the material power is with black people, they will be superior, of course. So it's not color. We must never, ever lose that point of view, because otherwise we'll go into all circles that confuse us if we are not careful. That's the only thing why I was standing here, so that I don't forget to say what I've just said now, which is very important for us. We have reached a point, I think, unless there are questions to her and to Seth still, I would like to give that chance. Any questions, comments? Beulah?
Thank you very much. Firstly, thank you very much, Tarolo. You've done a sterling job. I love your spirit. Never lose it. You are true to your name. And it's important that if the current generation and future generations are ever going to accept decisions made by those who came before, you must question. You must question the state of mind, the state of being, so that you can always get better at what they wanted. And that is what I appreciate most about how you've gone into the detail of the different events. And what I would like to do is assist you in one of the areas you highlighted, that in terms of the information you have. In the founding of the ANC, there's an indication of people who were, you call them what? Civilized natives. Actually, on the occasion, I had the opportunity to work on the Waihoek project where the ANC was founded. And in terms of the register on the day, there were traditional leaders and there were various commoners. It wasn't just educated people who were there. No. I'm talking in terms of its founding, because the issue of elitism always even goes back to the picture of the ones who were there, your Salt Blackies and the doctors, and that they were all educated people. But what we should not forget is that these doctors, the Salt Blackies who were journalists and teachers, they worked within communities. And so they had first-hand knowledge of what was happening with these policies that were being proposed after the union, which were going to make conditions for black people even worse. And because of the position, the vantage point they had in society as educated people, they were able to then start signaling, warning to say, we cannot go down this road. And so in the founding, at the meeting where they founded the ANC on January 8th at Waihoek, it wasn't just the educated. Like I said, they even had traditional leaders, and the information in terms of the names of the people are there. I'll send you some of the pictures of, where some of the signatures are. You'll even see marks where people are not literate, so they just made a cross. And so in its founding, there wasn't that elitism. Does it come in later? It's something that must be looked at, and how that possibly brings other separations. But thank you for the detailed work that you've done.
I'm going to intervene against the dialogue. Any other comment or question? Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to express my appreciation for, again, the level of detail and the way you went into kind of the before and the after of the way we've been discussing June 16th and the first-hand experiences. Just having that level of detail and the way you told the story of the before and the after, I just found that incredibly helpful. So thank you.
Yeah, I mean, seconding that fully, it was extremely interesting. Thank you so much. I wanted to maybe know a little bit more of what you were getting to at the end about you're telling the story in this way about its consequences to the contemporary, because you seem to have, there is a bit that I still wanted to hear if you have, since we have this Q&A.
Everybody here?
Of the conclusions, yes.
You want to respond? Okay.
So what I wanted to just highlight, of course I'm going to be quick first, was that the same structure of apartheid and the consequences, the township violence, the crime and everything that I mentioned still remains present. In the township now, even with the poverty, like fully present, despite the fact that there was freedom in 1994, to the point that there's actually some individuals who say that apartheid was better living conditions. Of course, not in terms of the racism of the Afrikaners, but they would argue that apartheid was better living conditions. Of course, it's very, very cringe, but when you think of what they're able to do, the unemployment, the fact that they can't get educated or do certain things and not necessarily grow. It's a thing of luck if you go out of either the township or not suffocated by your blackness and the conditions, because your neighbor's doing drugs, your neighbor's not employed. Also, part of something I wanted to highlight was that there was gender-based violence that was even more fueled in the 1980s with the Inkatha Party, and the gender-based violence still, remains as well, as not necessarily confronted. So the reason I wanted to highlight the history and the differences of the groups is to show what was actually done and how we've actually inherited the system, the same system, simply because it was a transition of political parties rather than a restructuring. And that's why I asked, my first question was it worth it? Because, hey.
Any other comment, question? Yes.
Thanks so much. I think I appreciate so much that question on whether it was worth it. I think when I'm reflecting, I see that the conditions are different. I see that what we're walking and talking and thinking against is quite different from an apartheid regime. But I'm inspired by your talk, and I'm inspired by thinking and reflecting on the history of that. But yeah, I think based on the conversations, and I was just thinking that I've learned so much more than I could have ever learned from studying history, that I could have ever learned from studying philosophy. I've learned in conversation that what we see now is so different from what these women have experienced, from what everyone has spoken about over the weekend, but also yesterday, just walking through the museum. And so I want to bring the question of what Ubaba Mazibuko was challenging us on, to not see it as a political rivalry, but to see these things as aches in our communities, problems in our communities that we need to think and reflect and work against, as opposed to thinking through the lens of our parties and our previous leaders, but to think through the problems and challenges we face and how we can respond to that. But I appreciate just the question on was it worth it? I'd say yes, more than we could ever imagine. I think even the conversation we can have today, the fact that we can be in this room together is a reflection of just how worth it was. But thank you so much for your discussion, Tarana.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Seth. After Seth, I'll give over to Dimpo.
This is my last point. And again, colleagues, I'm very sensitive in the comparisons, in that was better than this, that was better than this. It sits me uncomfortably. Let me make a point. There's an accusation that is placed against us as Black consciousness. Your point. That says, we were started at a university. So we were as much as the higher class. Yes, SASO was at the university. There's a class that says, there's a subject that says, Steve Biko, by the way, was studying medicine, and Dr. Rampila Mampila is a doctor. Strini Mudli is a writer. One can go and take that class of those intellectuals and bring them in the same spirit that then she puts in the community. The spirit we are bringing in traditional leaders, but issues lifted by the academics. Note that. Whether that is a Black academic or non-racial or multiracial academic class is another question. But the point I'm making, it is important to understand that the vocal part of those downtrodden was from the academia. If not the academia, I made another point, the clergy. And then that is where we're coming from, and we cannot deny. My last point. There's an accusation that comes strongly on the BC leadership that says they speak above the heads of the people. Their English is big. and that is an accusation that is existing, and that leadership of the BC has got to deal with. And all I'm saying, and this concludes my point, that says, like now, not now, where are we seated? Tell me somebody here who is a domestic worker sitting here. Huh? We are, he's just going to be calling very soon, you know, philosophers, students, researchers, mainly because sometimes revolutionary matters that come up, they come up and be defined by, most of the time, people who are able to put them together into, whether, I don't know what document you're giving, they happen to be the people who sit in the academia, if not in the church. All I am saying, and I'm concluding, what happened that formed BC was the academia. Point.
After you is Dimpo, and after Dimpo, we break for tea. Thank you.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. I totally agree with you, Nomaswazi, and thank you for all the other comments. I just wanted to clarify that First of all, I am not part of any political party, and in terms of Black consciousness, it was also non-political affiliated, right? So the reason that I highlighted certain things from political parties is not because I have such a hatred, but because as Abantu, and if we are trying to build something, we should see our four sides, where we might have missed, what are we doing to rebuild, and we already decided that the party system is not working, so what are we going to do as the youth? So it's not to actually bash you, Antoinette Sithole, or other people, it's just to, as the youth, we reflect on the decisions of the elders. So that's why I ask you, in terms of non-racialism, has it benefited, why is it benefiting more people than the actual people who fought for it, right? Even though if you fought for it and we're fighting, why are there other beneficiaries and stuff, but what's happening to us? I'm the youth, I'm just questioning the parties, as the Black consciousness movement was non-affiliated, was not non-party affiliated, and that's what we try to build. Still today is non-party affiliated.
Black
So
consciousness is not supposed to be associated
at all.
with a particular party.
I'm sure you'd know that I would never bash you too, right? I would never. I would never. Info?
Dumelang, everybody. I'm just going to say we're about to take a break for lunch until 12 o'clock. And if anyone wants to join me, there is an art space. Tea. Yes, tea and coffee. Tea and coffee snacks are available at the regular area. And if anybody wants to join me, there is an art space at the Hector Pietersen Museum that we've opened up. We've invited a whole bunch of kids. We've allowed them painting and stuff to draw around. So if you'd like to join me, I'm going to go ahead there after in 15 minutes. So just give you time to have a little snack, and then we can go. And then we should all be back here for another session after 12 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we come. So Info, you are saying what? We're coming back here.
We're back at 12.
12.
Yes.
Thank you. You want to dictate that I'm a young man?
Are you younger? You can join in. I think it's to Tagani, but no, what you're young at heart enough. I would back it. Dumelang, everybody. Welcome back. Right now, we're about to begin what is a reflection panel between the four of us who are philosophers, and the idea here is to just try to reflect on everything that we have, all the insights we have gotten from the past couple of days, and how they have we've come to think of them, and we're just trying to, between us for now, and then within the audience for question and answer, or even later for the actual fuller reflection panel, we're going to engage and discuss and just talk about everything that we have picked up from the past 3 days. Okay. Okay. I guess I'll be starting first. I have a few things I've been reflecting on over the past couple of days. Yesterday we talked about, briefly, intergenerational trauma and how it's expressed in many ways in our souls. And this platform itself, the question I came to think about is whether it's a platform that could be conducive for the kinds of healing, not only on the part of people who have been victimized in the past, but also on the part of us, the listeners, getting the chance to actually heal by being involved in dialogue with people who have serious perspectives, views, experiences that as the youth we may have not been exposed to. And yeah, that's how I want to start the panel. How do you feel in general about this kind of exercise? And then afterwards we can get into more specific reflections.
say something? Okay. So I'm not a philosopher, but I'm really happy to still be on this panel. And I don't mean that tongue-in-cheek. I mean because I've learned so much in terms of just being around all of you who do this great work. So thank you for having me. One of the things that I'm interested in that I think has leverage both philosophically and anthropologically is this question of solidarity. And it's a term that I see used more and more in the anthropological literature, especially in the discipline of political anthropology. And so I'm wondering if anybody has any reflections or any thoughts towards what solidarity looks like, not just as noun, but as verb, right? And to what extent that maps onto our understanding of the various kinds of coalition building practices that we saw throughout the conference, but especially today.
I think my only comment, I think just to answer both of your questions, one on the intergenerational sort of thinking about healing and what we've been experiencing and learning. Firstly, I think, yeah, the truth is that we've just learned so much more than we could have even thought just by having these conversations. So I want to begin by saying, Siyabonga, Mam Paulina, Siyabonga, Me Antoinette, Siyabonga, Mam Joyce. We've just had this experience we couldn't have had in our history textbooks. We studied history, we studied philosophy, we studied I write what I like. We learned these things, but we never understood the experience. And this is, I'm not speaking to some of the political leaders we've witnessed or learned from, but from the real experience of that day, the real experience of that year. This was the only moment in my life that I've heard these stories. And this is, we've seen the documentaries, we've seen what's been put on TV. We've never heard your voices, and I appreciate that so much. So in thinking on the intergenerational trauma, I agree, Guti, this is what is necessary. Ow. But yeah, so I agree, Guti, this is what is needed, these conversations, where we are learning differently than being lectured to. We are being told a story. We are able to fit what we know from our textbooks, what we know about June 16, what we know about the history of South Africa with your stories today. And to say it is healing is an yes, it's underselling what we're actually getting today. We are not only healing, we are learning to be able to teach correctly. And so I really appreciate this. I really appreciate this weekend. And then to comment on the solidarity part, and I think that comes up when we think of Mongane Serote's question on thinking about what is the problem and what are the solutions. And solidarity is what I would call the solution for this. But it's not and I think just to comment again on what I had said previously, is that it's not a political one anymore. It's actually it's a consciousness that we need to have, a solidarity about what these problems are and what we never want to see again, which is this history, which is this experience. I mean, when I'm reflecting on this past weekend, I was thinking about how the first protest I had ever been in was in grade 3. And to say how small that protest was, we basically marched around a field in our school. And I didn't know what was going on. I mean, I was in grade 3. I walked in, I saw everyone singing. They were running around the field, and so I joined. And I remember afterwards, we had an after. We went back into our classrooms, and my teacher asked us, what were you guys doing outside? What was that about? Do you even know what you guys were involved in? We all kept quiet, and she looked at us, don't ever do that again. Only later, when I got home, and my siblings who were in that protest as well, said to me, no, we didn't want to sing Afrikaans hymns at school anymore. And that was the protest. That was the reason for the protest. We did not want to sing hymns at school in Afrikaans. But I'm so grateful because I think your moment in history allowed that moment to happen. But the difference is that we returned home and could talk about the experience. We returned home that day and had just reflected on a moment on how we did not want to sing Afrikaans hymns, but we could see and talk to one another afterwards. And had it not been for 1976, we wouldn't have returned home. The situation could have blown up even more. We wouldn't have been able to have that moment where we think about why we were walking around the field and singing. It's a different time, and we are so thankful for you for making it that way. And it can't even be called efforts. It was the greatest moment in South African history. And we are, in what we were saying yesterday, it's difficult to say we are thankful for it, but it changed our lives forever. We will never experience something as difficult as that. And so solidarity becomes important because we are experiencing something so different, but that requires us to also meet and face the challenges that we have now. And yeah, so I think those were my two reflections on solidarity and intergenerational trauma. But I'll pass to the next person. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, all. I just want to begin my reflection by expressing my own eternal gratitude to the class of 76, to the individuals and the collectives that made sacrifices, made decisions that irrevocably changed the course of history. To that extent, when we think about healing, we have to talk about mental health. And I know that that's a discussion with the new generation, Generation Alpha, a generation that spends more time on the screens than in real life. And now there is a question of what is real. And what we heard was testimonies of real life experiences. For a younger generation who is very sensitive, we have to think about the mental health question. And then we have to reflect on that in terms of our elders. In an African cultural society or African cultures, what you find is reverence for elders, for the stewards of knowledge, for the custodians of customs, of language. And there is a deep respect that is given. But with that, there is a corresponding responsibility that the youth place at the feet of the elders. It is often said that, the elders and the people who have come before have come before. In my understanding and from my reading of African philosophy, the idea of temporality, a linear temporality, can be questioned, it can be critiqued. And in this way, one can start to reconceive our positionality as youth, and I'm speaking as a youth, to the elders. That is that the elders are not behind, but the elders walk in front of us. They provide tutelage in terms of the steps that they take. And from those actions that are in the past, because we are living in the present moment, there is a sort of metaphysical nexus between the past and the future. It is as if there is a continuous present that bridges these different spaces and times. And that's why, in philosophy, there's a big debate, and it still continues to this day, the mind-body debate. And for me, it's a question when we think about mental health. Because if the mind is not the body, how do you heal? Because the notion of healing is usually tied to physical ailment, physical trauma. Right? There is an embodied sense that, of some kind of harm that has been affected that needs to be repaired. But when we're talking about it at a mental level, we're going back into that debate about, what is the interface between the mind and the body, the old Cartesian stuff. So for African people now who are, I think trying to grapple with some of these memories, these painful memories, I think in terms of the notion of solidarity, as a child of immigrants, I would be very interested to think about these problems or these historical moments in terms of the historical trends around the continent. Thomas Sankara, for instance, stated that the liberation of of Africa is not complete without the liberation of African women. The centering of African women in the discourse of history has not necessarily been achieved in the way that it should have. We are only starting to see those changes today. We have people coming to the fore to bring this matter, that African women and their history needs to be centered, so that we have a complete picture, because we always have stories or narratives of male heroes, right? That is the kind of framework we are given. But within different cultures, and I'm specifically looking at epistemic cultures, so that just means knowledge cultures, the different cultures of knowledge, you will find that there is definitely a role of the woman, the mothers, the grandmothers, playing a position as an archive, the living library as you hear today. So I think, consulting the living library, experiencing all of those emotions, and then, reflecting on that, what comes to mind is the question of mental health. What comes to mind is, how do you repair mental damage? Because there is the physical trauma, but then people go to bed every night and they go to bed alone. We are not there with them when they relive these traumatic events. And so the question of mental health, I think, needs to be centered even in these discussions when we're talking about African history that is so traumatic.
Thank you very much, Harry. Yes, and I do concur that the conversation about mental health is super duper important, especially in what we find as the South African and African and global context. But speaking locally, specifically, mental health does see a sense of disregard sometimes, when it gets disregarded, like called stress, or sometimes it's taken seriously, especially in terms of traditional healers who display symptoms which some people might understand as mental problems, but now are actually something else that's happening that's deeper. So like, how is it like in our modern days, we can like intergenerationally rethink and think about and work through what is happening in the mind with people who are embodied in a society that is still kind of brutalizing, especially for the poor. So these kinds of points that you guys are bringing up are super duper seriously important. What I wanted to also bring up for the next section of our panel here is there's been a strong recognition of Bantu education as an institutionalized oppression of the mind, So that kind of thing, that it wasn't just done for the sake of like, no, it was intentional. And Seth was bringing it up repeatedly here, that it was intentional. So what are the implications on the kinds of appropriate reparative work when such a top-down strong system is intentionally designed to take away the resources that we would use for our own liberation? Is opening up space for conversation the thing? Is opening like education centers? Like what kinds of insights, having been through these past couple of days, do you find that we can at least start in efforts towards repairing some of the things that the June 16 students were saying, no, what you are doing, this linguistic policy, is part of a bigger oppression of the mind? So yes, I just wanted to see any thoughts on that kind of ideas.
Did you want to respond before? Because I know you talked quite a bit about that. No? So to the point about what can be done as far as repairing things through an educational lens, I'm thinking back to the comment that you made about the museum being so generative, for example, the experience yesterday, right? Having the women share their stories, being very generative. And I'm wondering if there could be more of a push or an interest in offering more service learning opportunities for students. And so you said something that really kind of got me thinking, in the sense that, yeah, we read all the books and we take all the classes and we write the papers and I go through all this schooling, but at the same time, there's so much of my schooling that I feel that I'm missing out on. And I think yesterday was a really beautiful example of how not every type of learning happens in the classroom, because we're not in a classroom right now. And yet yesterday we learned quite a bit, right? We weren't in a classroom the very first day of the conference, and we also learned quite a bit. So how can we continue to maybe think about the utility of integrating experience-based service learning kind of opportunities for the students, especially in their youth, right? As opposed to waiting until they're perhaps in PhD level going, oh my gosh, now I'm getting exposed to this, right? How can we then have this become normalized as a part of their, not just education, but upbringing?
Yeah, I think to comment more on just what what I feel like I've been learning is the more emotive experience, all the emotions that went into or leading up to that occasion provided a different type of learning than just the facts and just what the textbooks have told me. To include a learning about the day, about waking up that morning and preparing for school, that is different from what the textbook says. On this day, 1976, the students prepared to protest. That's the subject headline in a textbook, whereas today and yesterday we were learning that morning was cold. I know I was sitting with Mama Antoinette and she was telling me how they would straighten their hair with a hot rock, covered in paper and a cloth to straighten their hair. To have all of these descriptions about the day and about the time is so different than to read the headline. On this day, the students prepared for protest. And I think if I'm thinking about, that's a weird sentence, and in thinking about how we go on in teaching and educating, that is what Harry is describing. It's having, if we could carry you into our classrooms, we'd take you with you everywhere we go. But I think to have your stories told is one of the best ways that we can learn and how education can continue. Thank you.
Thanks. Just to respond and for added context, I grew up in the Western Cape, so a lot of the June 76 history, it's not necessarily taught in the way that it is taught in Gauteng. I'm just being broad here in terms of at the educational level. We are taught other stories of struggle, right? And in a way, it cheapens, in a sense, some of what we've heard today. I didn't know the extent to which people experienced what they experienced here in Soweto. It's only in coming to Gauteng and learning that people had actually embodied these experiences. Now, I make the reference to the Western Cape specifically because South Africa is kind of a country within a country, or countries within countries, I guess. So there are different regionalized experiences of the same historical event. I think Ntate Seth made reference to how the June 16 moment had a ripple effect. It was felt all over the country, right? And it was even felt in the Western Cape, in Cape Town, with the various, in the various townships. When you hear these histories, oftentimes what is not centered, I think, is the crucial role of indigenous knowledge systems. That is that even though there are different regions in South Africa, different ideological framings in these regions within South Africa, there is something that unites different groupings, as long as we identify them as these kinds of groups that have been oppressed, that have been suppressed, and whose resources have been stripped from them, right? So when we were talking, I think a few days ago, on epistemic reparations, we were talking about this idea of, the right to be known, the right to be heard. And in the IKS, from the IKS perspective and from the African philosophical perspective, you have notions of communitarianism. You have notions of consensus. You have notions of the Imbizo. You have notions of the Mbongi. These are cross-cultural concepts that cut across different areas. And therefore, we can start to understand why people within the South African framework are united around these historical experiences. It speaks to something deeper. It's not necessarily just the historical retelling of the events. There is something within the indigenous knowledge frameworks that exist within South Africa that allow people to have the understanding and the empathy. And I'm making this point because the indigenous knowledge systems in the South African context are not necessarily appreciated. For instance, we are in Soweto, where the language of choice would be isiZulu, right? We could use isiZulu, sometimes Tswana, Sotho. It depends, because we are in Gauteng, and it depends on your own regionalized experience. If you came from the Eastern Cape, for example, from Lusigisigi, and you came to Soweto, you would be speaking isiXhosa. But then, of course, you would have to learn isiZulu if you didn't know it at the time. So this kind of integration of indigenous knowledge systems allows people to bridge certain gaps. And once you have literacy in these indigenous knowledge systems, which I think Antoinette Serote is advocating for, then you can have an understanding of what's really going on. What are the threads that tie these different experiences together? And I think if we really push in that direction, we can have a more robust way of addressing some of these other underlying issues that we may have not spoken about, but it was present throughout the last 2 to 3 days.
All right, thank you. Before I ask another question, Swazi, you seem like to have something to contribute.
I think I'm disrupted by the fact that we're having a conversation between the four of us. And so I just wanted to ask, if there are any questions from the room for a moment that you would like to ask, I guess, us, and that we can continue to talk with one another. We definitely appreciate those. So if at any point in the discussion you do have a comment or would like to add, even to speak of your own learning and experience, I think that would be amazing as well.
Thank you so much. I would just like to express my gratitude for the lessons I've learned in this room. I want to express my gratitude for the lessons I've learned in this room, and just to also ask a question. Does anyone know the origins of non-racialism in South Africa? Is it, would it have came from the Black Africans? Would it have came from the West? Would it have came from Africans? Why was non-racialism part of the struggle?
To who, sorry?
Oh, I was going to try and talk to that. I don't, thank you so very much. I'm just talking specifically to the issue of the origin of non-racialism. I'm not sure maybe if there's a better framing of that question, unless if you're talking about non-racialism as a political message, in which case I think the general historical consensus is that it is a product, not necessarily talking about an individual source, but it is certainly a product of the Kliptown Freedom Charter meeting. But there are historical records of contentions about racialism, what race means, and variations of that. So there were social processes, but I think as a message, as Tarolo has already said, in fact, I remember several years ago, I was talking to a PAC leader, and he said, no, the PAC did not break away from the ANC. It's the ANC that broke away, because in terms of our philosophy, they are the ones who became more like that. But it's just a sign of how contested and maybe a little bit more multifaceted the issue is. But I think it's a very difficult question, I think, to ask, but also to answer, to say, where exactly does it come from? Because I'm sure you would accept that there are people, who would have thought racism ought not to be the basis of organizing society, for instance, and so forth. In fact, there's other interesting work that talks about the development, not of non-racialism, but of racism. in the African context, and especially the South African context. And it's actually interesting work that we can talk about. But the main person there, I think it's Ben Magubane. He used to write sometimes it's painful things, because he goes to the diaries of missionaries and goes and looks how the language changes, if I have like a minute, but how the language changes initially from those who are not racist, seeking to civilize the natives on the one hand, while those who are racist seek to exterminate, like what happened in the Americas. And that changes when the economic requirements shift a bit to, no, actually, our superiority doesn't mean they don't deserve to exist. It means they exist, but only for our purpose, and so forth. So I think it's a very complex but important question. Thanks.
Thank you for that question, Garagai and Cosmo, for the response. I think one of the discussion points we were thinking of yesterday is, are we all thinking towards like ideal situations? And I think this non-racialism question is important, because I think the experience of racism or the experience of being discriminated against and having a harsh experience of it makes you wonder about the alternative. So you strive towards the ideal version, which is this non-racialism, for example, with that case. But it's in other ways as well. Your experience of patriarchy, your experience of domination makes you strive towards the opposite of it, or it makes you strive towards the idealness. You begin to want that justice, want that fairness, want equality. And so I have an appreciation for that question, because I think it brings us back to the point on what are the ideals that we have about living on earth? What are these ideals that we have? When we notice these problems, why do we come together? It's because we are driven towards some form of ideal. And I think when we look back on the epistemic reparations conversation, is that there's an ideal when it comes to our knowledge, about a fairness in our knowledge, our fairness in our participation, our fairness in thinking, in reflecting, in sharing experience. We have this ideal of how it should be. And so then the question I would pose to everyone else and to the panel here is like, in thinking on solidarity, in thinking of our history, in thinking of the present and our experiences in South Africa, what is the future, and what have we been learning about the ideals that we should continue to strive for? It might be a difficult one, because I think we also differ, but I think there are plenty of things that would unite our conversation as well.
So I actually have a comment that I'm going to try to use to synthesize previous comments on healing, as well as what you've just spoken about when it comes to thinking about the future. And so I'll give an example from something that was particularly difficult for me yesterday. And I found myself getting stuck on this tension twice, and both times were at the museum. And so one of the first things that we did going into the museum was go into that separate space where we looked at all of the stones, right? All of the bricks in the ground that had the students' names on them, okay? And we were hearing the history about that. And one of the things that our guide told us towards the very end, before we then started back into the interior of the museum, was that there were many, many more that were missing, and many more still that were present but unknown and marked as such. So that's one kind of example of a loss, in the sense that you've recovered them, but only partly, right? We then go further along into the museum, and we're having this incredible tour. And when I say incredible, I don't necessarily mean with a positive connotation. I mean incredible to the point where some of what I'm listening seems incredulous to me. But then I see something. I see two things. There are inscriptions written as part of kind of captions to a larger image. One of them is part of a comment that Antoinette said regarding the death of her brother. And she specifically said, I remember this as a key word, that he didn't necessarily die as a hero. He was a young boy. He was a normal kid, just doing normal little kid things, right? And so she says, and I remember this starkly because there was another comment that was really well juxtaposed against this, that if the reason he died, right, was in part to raise awareness to this larger issue that we're still talking about as far as how it's impacted. I mean, the tour guide yesterday was saying the pursuit of education and liberation for South Africans, right? Then maybe in some ways, his death, right, his murder might be seen as of service. But it didn't necessarily start off like that because we remember that he was just a little kid. He didn't sign up for this, right? I'm thinking too about the little boy who carried Hector. And I remember seeing that very just kind of fateful image, and we've seen it in the conference posters, we've seen it throughout. And one of the things that the mother says about her son, she starts off by saying, he is or was my son. But she also says that in picking Hector up, he didn't do anything special. Because where they're from, if someone had seen him step over Hector's body, he wouldn't have been able to return home again. Why that stands out to me is that it seems like this culture of interdependence and leaning on one another seems very much not just accepted here, but celebrated here. And so when you're thinking about questions of how do we heal, how do we think about the future, for me, it seems like you're already doing it, not just thinking about it, in ways that the West, at least in the United States mental health context, I think is not prepared to do. We are very individualistic in the US. We are very apt to say, you have these problems, something is wrong with you, specifically from a mental health perspective, that's on you, that's your fault, that's your problem. I've got my own stuff over here. But what I'm learning from being in conversation and community with you all is that community, the people, that in many ways seems like where the healing starts. So yes, it is very much a personal journey, but the personal does not exist without the public, without the community. As they say, no man is an island. And so all that to say that I'm wondering, do you all recognize that as a strength you have in your reparative toolkit, that sense of interdependency? Because I really think that it is something that we could learn a lot from you all, especially when it comes to thinking about this uplifting of indigenous traditional knowledge.
Thank you. Yeah, that's actually very brilliant. I really enjoyed that. Just to get back at Gerika's question a little bit, non-racialism can be thought in two ways, either as a means or as an end. A means, a way to achieve something, or an ultimate ideal goal. And that's just something that I'm drawing out from the research I'm currently working on. But if we think back to Steve Biko, think back to Steve Biko and his black consciousness. What does black mean for Steve Biko here? For Steve Biko, black is a recognition of one's oppression under the Eurocentric system that South Africa was. So this is it's a specific term he's choosing to not call people. And if we went to, joined us at the museum yesterday, we were not called black, we were called non-whites. It was a negative term. So claiming this black identity was something actively being done by people like Steve Biko and the Black Consciousness Movement. But also what comes out of that, what you must think about is who is being excluded by this Black Consciousness Movement? We're including people, but who are we excluding? We're excluding like the white racists. We're excluding white racists, or we're excluding maybe white liberals who are very comfortable with the existing system. But they're also black collaborators. So black under black consciousness here is itself already a solidarity movement, a unifying movement of people with certain ideas and goals and a program of action towards their self-liberation. So that's to draw back there to what Jofa was saying here, that there's something we need to recognize about how we got to where we are, that we have always been community building across cultures, across languages, and sometimes across race, and we need to celebrate how all of this contributed to the space that we are. And that's where the way where one pull towards non-racialism. It might not be the origin of it, but it could potentially be like a motivating factor for why some people are very enticed by this idea of non-racialism as part of the national project that we are all working on.
So from, you know, from all of the different testimonies and recollections, it's very hard, you know, as a philosopher, African philosopher, not to take an Afro-pessimist stance on the proceedings. You tend to move towards Wilderson's kind of view about the state of affairs. But of course, as we've been talking about the importance and the centrality of community as a framework for healing and as a framework for liberation and redemption, I think it's important to understand that every single community, every single institution, every single culture has rules by which, you know, they organize themselves. And one of the problems that comes in with the encounter that is known as colonialism and then later morphing on into apartheid is the fundamental undermining of those rules of engagement. You know, the way in which somebody engages with somebody else. I really liked that, you know, I can't, to answer the question that Garikai made with reference to Ben Magubane that you brought up, Cosmo, I think also part of that literature can be expanded by looking at John Soske, who traces that history back to the Cape. And remember, South Africa as an idea is formulated in the Cape and with the traditions in the Cape. And that then extends outward over time. So in that sense, that's another community. That's another culture. That's another tradition, which also has its rules of engagement. And so why we talk often in, you know, post-colonial discourse, they talk about the colonial encounter. It's to suggest that it's not as if it was an ideal situation that two equals met, you know, and there was already an understanding, at least from one side, of an inherent superiority. So the conception of humanity and humanness, which is known as Ubuntu in Southern African context today, has been fundamentally undermined for a long time, to the point that I argue, just like Bernard Martellino argues, and some other philosophers, that Ubuntu, in a way, is not operational anymore. But that then is contradicted by the fact that people still retain their languages. People still retain a sense of community, a sense of togetherness, right? But we shouldn't distract, or we shouldn't be distracted from the fact that that is an exception to the general rule of South Africa, where within different parts of South Africa, there isn't a sense in which this particular event, June, you know, the June 16, 1976 massacres, actually has the weight of, say, as we mentioned, I think it was Antoinette Sithole who mentioned that we need to think of this, it was actually Seth. It was Seth, who said that we need to think about this in terms of other historical events and the kind of severity we give to these historical events. Once we add that layer of seriousness about those events, we're not just remembering to forget. There is a kind of politics of memorialization where you can memorialize something. We know about the people, then we forget about them. And once we forget about them, there's a distortion of that memory. In my research, I have been researching on epistemicide. That has been my research focus. And epistemicide basically means the mass destruction of knowledge. When we have elders coming together and discussing points, what they are trying to do is they are trying to produce knowledge from memory. That is not to say that what they are producing is empirical recountings of events, but what they are trying to give is a historical texture to a particular time period, and that particular texture can form the basis of knowledge inquiries into particular moments in history. The problem comes in when, as I said, the rules of engagement are fundamentally undermined. That is, that sources disappear, or sources are disappeared intentionally. Ntate made mention of the various bodies that are being exhumed. This is kind of the issue. You asked the question, what is the issue? The issue is the intentional and also unintentional bearing of knowledge, testimony, memory. That then fundamentally hampers the issue of healing. How can you heal if you do not know what's wrong with you? You know, if you're sick, yes, you can go to a hospital, you can be diagnosed by somebody in an expert position. But if you are not ready to accept that I have an illness, you have already stopped the process of healing. And that's the question here in South Africa. Is there an illness that still exists in South Africa today? Sometimes I feel as if I'm on the outside looking in, but I'm still a part of the story, regardless. And so when I reflect on it, it seems to be that the fundamental undermining of these kind of frameworks like Ubuntu, which was then used during the TRC as a way of unifying people. African people in the TRC were very visibly disturbed by the proceedings of the TRC and the way in which philosophies were appropriated and, in a sense, directed towards, you know, an idea of healing, an idea of reconciliation, but with forgetting certain things, forgetting the things that are inconvenient, you know, perhaps for some people, things that cannot be healed. So if we're not mature enough as the youth to actually ask questions of the elders, ask questions to the elders, and actually start to interrogate some of these problems head on, I think that issue of healing will not be addressed. And just to make the point about community being, you know, one of the basis of kind of the healing that can happen in South Africa, we also need to take into account that as time has progressed, South Africa has become more individualistic. South Africa has become more capitalistic as a society. You're right? Okay, and I think I'll just leave it there.
So yes, I think I certainly agree. And when we were discussing the conversation on the ideal, is that one of the comments made between Dr. Dimpo Maponyana Takane and myself is that we just notice how individualistic makes it seem like we don't exist in a community. What I think better explains what we're experiencing is self-concern. As in, we're all noticing problems in our families based on a history of trauma, based on a history of non-healing. We're all experiencing just a difficulty in our communities, but instead of being concerned about a larger goal, we're more concerned with ourselves. And that in turn results in this individualistic mindset. It's this, the pursuit of self. What can I gain? What can I do? What can I achieve? Where can I go? How much further in life can I push? But that was the dream we were sold. That was the dream we were sold when we were young. The biggest thing, I think, from the outcome of a history of struggle against apartheid was that now the young people are free to dream, and we are. The mistake we made was to think that we have to dream alone from now on, that we have to dream about ourselves solely from now on. So instead of focusing on how we can go further together, we said, oh no, I must achieve this for my family. I must do this for my family, for my sake, forgetting that it's not just me and my blood relatives, it's my whole community. And so I like this question where we're now thinking about a healing together, where we're now thinking about reparative actions as a group idea, or less something about our own personal concern, but something that we are thinking as something necessary for the youth as well, to not solely focus on ourselves, because we do it and we do it with ease. If you ask me what my dreams are for myself, I can have a whole list for you. But if you ask me what my dreams are for my community, I might stutter and repeat the things you've heard before. So yeah, I think just to add on to the individualistic versus the community.
Just one small thing, which I really spoke to me in what you were saying here. What we have right now is an opportunity that did not exist during apartheid. for people intergenerationally, again, because of exiles and people just being imprisoned from different experiences and generations of struggles, to be in the same room, to sit with each other and talk about what we feel about it in a way that is candid, which is honest and which is open. And it made me think about that when he's talking about when he wanted to become a journalist here and how photos were banned and he could not capture certain moments in time. And now when we go to the museum, we see all these photos. What photos don't exist because of that kind of censorship? And the recording of narratives and perspectives is the kinds of value I am drawing out of this thing. And yeah, there's a question coming from Tarolo, and we're going to have just, yeah.
It's rather a comment to what Brother Harry was saying, and I think Masilo also has a question or comment. Am I audible? So in terms of, I just wanted to expand on Brother Harry's notion of Ubuntu. Of course, this was in relation to the non-racialism question. So Ubuntu, of course, is a philosophy in African culture, and that is practiced amongst African people, regardless where they are placed. So this is where there is balance, there is sharing, there is communalism, regardless of the language that you speak. And this is why African languages are almost so similar or easy to catch on. Tradings. We are a communal people, you know, in our culture, wherever it is in the world that you find us. Now, where Ubuntu then where Ubuntu centers in South Africa, how it enters South Africa and our conception of it, it's no longer this holistic idea of Ubuntu. So I would say that the non-racialism, right, comes in the idea of Ubuntu that African people have. But what we misunderstand about Ubuntu, it's that it is a balance. It requires a balance. And in that balance, there should be justice. So whatever you give me, I actually give to you. Reciprocity. This should be a balance amongst the people. So we are so embedded in that with the people all across the continents that now when we encounter racism, when we encounter conquest, it's so difficult to make this switch that no, but Ubuntu is about reciprocity. So whatever it is that you give me, you need to actually give back. So now how Ubuntu was exploited in 1994 is that when they're like, oh, South Africa, it's the new South Africa, Ubuntu, everyone is happy, da 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 da. It's that only the idea of kindness, of love, of balance, of sweetness is taken, and the idea of justice in terms of all the injustices that has been done is basically thrown away. So it's no balance. It's a marketing tool that, oh, South Africans are so kind, but it's not even Ubuntu the way we understand it, because there needs to be some form of justice. And as in terms of what starts the non-racialism, the idea of non-racialism cannot exist without whiteness in terms of Africa, right? It cannot exist without whiteness. So we already explained in terms of the Cape Colony and the civilized natives, they were living in non-racialism. So this becomes adopted and then covered by no, South Africans have Ubuntu, but this is not the Ubuntu of the African culture. Thank you.
Thank you. Kalina Masilo. My name is Masilo. So, my brother, just to ask you to comment on your question about non-racialism. Non-racialism has a long history, right? But there are a number of scholars. He mentioned Bennett Makuba, and of course he's part of the Charterist tradition of the ANC. But there are other, scholars. I think Baraheri mentioned John Soski. So I'll just, comment on 3 moments of non-racialism in the history of South Africa. So the first moment will be the constitution in the Cape Colony in 1853 that extended what is called the non-racial franchise to the so-called civilized natives. That's the first moment, 1853. And then the second moment in terms of John Sosky in a book called Ties That Bind, he traces it not only just to the Cape, the non-racial franchise, but to the Union of South Africa, because he says it was based on the idea of without regard to race, meaning that after the Anglo-Boer War in 1903, when the Dutch and the English settlers reconciled to deal with the native question through the consolidation of South Africa, they were saying that they need to work together as the two races from Europe to dominate over the natives. That's the second moment of non-racialism in South Africa, meaning it's basically a strategy of white people to conserve themselves as settlers in South Africa. It's a white supremacist method. Now, the third moment, the most important moment within the African group, it's in the 1940s and 1950s. Here you have a debate between Anton Lembede of the Youth League in 1943 and APIM Da. So Anton Lembede, his philosophy of Africanism was based on the Gavi movement, which propagated the idea of race first, Africa for the Africans, those at home and abroad. This is what is called the Gaviite form of African nationalism by Lembede. Then his friend Mda, after Lembede passes away in 1947, he becomes the dominant ideologue of the Youth League. Then he invents something called broad nationalism. He basically says that we cannot expel whites, we cannot drive them into the sea. Rather, we need to recognize their presence in South Africa and accommodate them in the form of his form of African nationalism called broad nationalism. In the 1950s, when the ANC, through the Congress Alliance and the Congress of the People, adopts the Freedom Charter, the Africanists under Sobukwe and others leave the ANC as a result of this contestation of non-racialism. They say the ANC, together with its members, are practicing multiracialism. And they're saying the Africanist Congress is actually the real custodian of non-racialism, because according to Sobukwe's, Christian humanist, idea of, what we can call philosophy of anthropology, there's only the one race, the human race. So for him, non-racialism is basically the idea that there's only the one race. And then with regard to the Charterists, then that gives birth to two traditions that are dominant in South Africa. The first one is what we can call Azanian non-racialism. Then the second one is called the Charterist of the ANC, or liberal non-racialism. What is the difference? With the Azanian non-racialism, the idea is that first you need to dismantle white supremacy, meaning the land has to be restored to the indigenous people. Then on the basis of the one human race, then they can integrate the white settlers, those who pledge allegiance to Africa and accept African culture and democracy. That's a non-racial African society. With regard to the Charterists, they begin with non-racialism as a form of political organization and a vision of society. So they don't start with dismantling white supremacy first, but they organize with the same enemies of the African people to realize a society that is based on non-racialism. Thank you.
So,
Thank you very much for hearing us ruminate as the youth and reflect on the past 3 days of insights and engagements. The next, we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to come back for a presentation by our gentleman lawyer here, Mr. Cosmo Mapita. Thank you. Yes, lunch and then 2.
Thank you very much, everybody, for attending. We shall convene at what time?
It's for 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Thank you very much for attending. We can go to lunch.
Thank you so much, everybody. That was actually quite fun.
Sorry about that, yeah?
Are we all here? We are entering the final run now, and we changed the program slightly to fit in the matter that I've been referring to for a while, that our comrade here from, if you object that she's our comrade, I'll object that you must object. She will give us a briefing about Haiti, because it has been referred to, correctly so, a lot in this, our seminar, our discussion group. Without wasting time, let me hand over to her to walk us through. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So in the past 3 days, we have done quite a bit. We've moved through time, we've moved through space, we've been to a lot of places, and I want to take us to one more. This poem is called Dialect of Hurricanes by Pieterson. Every day, I use the dialect of lunatic hurricanes. I speak the madness of clashing winds. Every evening, I use the patois of furious rains. I speak the fury of waters in flood. Every night, I talk to the Caribbean islands in the tongue of hysterical storms, and I speak the hysteria of the rotting sea. Dialect of hurricanes, patois of rains, language of tempests, unraveling of the spiraling life. Now you see, fundamentally, life is tension towards something, towards someone, towards oneself, towards the point of maturity where the old and the new, death and birth untangle. And every being is realized in part in the search for its double, a search which may, in a sense, merge with the intensity of a need, a desire, and an infinite quest. Dogs pass by. I've always been obsessed with strays. They yap at the shadow of the woman I'm pursuing, at the image of the man I am looking for, at my double, at the hubbub of fleeing voices. For so many years, it feels like 30 centuries or more. The woman's gone without a fanfare, along with my discordant heart. The man never even offered me his hand. So yes, my double is always at my heels. And the unhinged throats of night dogs howl with the cacophony of a busted accordion. You see, it's then I become a storm of words, bursting through the hypocrisy of clouds and the falseness of silence. Osmosis and symbiosis take me. The sound of a step, a glance, a touching voice would be enough for me, for you, for us maybe, to live happily, in the hope that awakening is still possible among humans, among these mountains. Take me. It wouldn't take much for me to speak the sap that flows through the core of the cosmos in motion. Dialect of Hurricanes is a poem from the collection Ready to Burst, first published in 1968 by Haitian philosopher and author Pieterson. It tells the tale of a young man's attempt to find a sense of place and meaning during François Papadoc and his son Jean-Claude Baby Doc Duvalier's tumultuous presidencies from the 1950s through the 1980s. Now, this was a period in time where many rural Haitians will describe of intense class tension, corruption, and protest. Tension, corruption, and protest. Three words that seem, at least in public Western discourse, to have cast shadows upon Haiti since its 1492 discovery by Spanish conquistador Christopher Columbus. First claimed by the Spanish crown as La Isla Española, it is now known as the island of Hispaniola, sharing its mountainous terrain with the Dominican Republic. Over the centuries, Haiti, in particular, has attracted attention and exploit from the French, the English, the Spanish, the British, and perhaps most intensely, most intimately, most ferociously the United States. And still my parents, and they have said their parents too, can remember a time when Haiti was bright. Beautiful it still is, they say, and I believe them, but now with a light somewhat dimmed. Why? In addition to long holding the title of the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere, Haiti, I know, is a country rich in various forms of capital. Early resistance and guerrilla leaders like Toussaint Louverture, the first enslaved person to successfully lead a revolt against the French, and Jean-Jacques Dessalines, Henri Christophe, Alexandre Pétion, who made it their life's work to ensure that, despite ensuing invasion and retaliation by the French, Haiti, now the world's first free Black nation, could remain so. It was thinkers like these, for instance, who have been said to inspire many of the scholars of African thought that we have been in dialogue with over the past 3 days. It is like we have come home. In addition to having claimed itself, Haiti had also seemed to claim other things, or maybe other things had started to take Haiti away. Famine, for instance, was one. Years of imperialism, the subsequent revolt, and ensuing invasions decimated the agricultural systems, alongside trust in the fledgling government, causing rifts in a still nascent political infrastructure. In addition to having set the world on fire on January 1st, 1804, Haiti, then an island still quite lush, seemed to be burning from the inside too. With the US then still a slave nation, and Great Britain, fearing the implications of this successful revolt on their respective economies and class structures, they banded with the French, internationally and intentionally refusing to acknowledge Haiti's independence and include them in world affairs. This solidarity, one of refusal, among other things, at admitting defeat and having to reckon with the humanity of a subject refusing to no longer be subjugated. In the 1820s, however, an opportunity presented itself. So it was described. King Charles X of France offered amends, an exchange of sorts, promising Haiti that the nation would have an opportunity to recover from this international exclusion and isolation and present itself as a potential world player if it agreed to make things right, to right the so-called wrong of rebellion, to make amends, to pay. Between 1838 and 1914, Haiti took out a successive amount of high-interest loans from the American, German, British, Spanish, and French banks towards reparations, totaling about 150 million francs, equal to about $27.1 billion in today's modern currency evaluation. Calls continue for the Haitian people to be repaid these reparations from the French, a debt they feel deserving of, given the punitive ways that the then recently free, yet still enslaved people had been treated. This treatment extended, for instance, to Haiti's ineligibility to be considered in the World Bank's 1996 Heavily Indebted Poor Countries Initiative. It was grievances like these, which Haiti's first democratically elected president described as unjust, that are also believed to have led to the US-backed military coup that overthrew his rule. Now, you have likely heard of, among other things, the problems that Haiti faces today, the problems that seem to be never-ending, and the problems whose starting point seem to fail us. You might, for example, remember the 2010 earthquake, and maybe the subsequent cholera outbreak. The debt ceiling then rose to $1.3 billion, with new loans being taken out to support the ongoing, so they said, and newly necessary humanitarian efforts across the country's northern regions. Maybe lesser known, yet in ways equally impactful, are the impacts of anti-Haitianism in the neighboring Dominican Republic, a policy of racial segregation and dehumanization that many in this room will know very well. It started in the early 1500s against the indigenous Taino and Arawak people, and was extended in the early 1800s against the African enslaved people in Haiti. Its institutionalization under President Trujillo resulted in, among a number of effects, bars on the education of African-descended Haitian people, restricted the use of Haitian Creole between certain hours of the day directly in public home as opposed to public-facing spaces, the decline in traditional healing practices, and the imposition of Roman Catholicism. Evidence against this anti-Haitianism at a global scale are at work to this day, fueling the more recent, for instance, flux in asylum seekers, not just to the West, but across the Caribbean and global South. Yet many Haitian thinkers and activists and everyday people will tell you the reception seems to mirror that of the international exclusion faced in the 1800s. Many people who study Haiti, past and contemporary, think about the potential for its future. They will tell you that its current state, one marred by poverty, crime, guerrilla warfare, corruption, decimation, savagery, and so on, is due to a delicate yet complex imbalance of multiple factors. Multiple indeed. But what are they? And why are they multiple indeed? Yesterday we were tasked, among other things, to consider where the root of our storied suffering emerges. I ask, what is the state of the world, and why did it come to this? I also want to ask today, with you all, for us to complicate this matter even further, to not just ask what, but to ask how and when. How do we reckon with the past, understanding that as so long as we have not heeded to lessons, its struggles continue to shape our present realities and the possibilities of our futures? Our problems are big, but they are not necessarily unique. I think seeing the youth of Soweto yesterday, for instance, protesting in the streets, walking proudly with June 16th marked on their cheeks, reminded me of the Artistes Résistance, youth actors, activists, and actors fighting to create and preserve the culture of modern-day Haiti in the midst of international exploitation. As an anthropologist who has to reckon with the complex past, and in some ways, current practices of her discipline, I am often thinking of myself as thinking of ways to make the world safe for human difference. I also recognize, in recognizing our differences, our problems bring us in common in ways I think we are sometimes not ready to admit. When might we begin to consider how the interconnection of our suffering across race, ethnicity, class status, access to capital, power, gender, religion, and so on, represents the interconnectedness of our lives and our shared humanity? The world still might know what it means to be free, and this, I believe, is the work of healing. This is our work to do, and I believe we must do it together. We need each other, not just in Haiti, not just now, but all over the world, because in many ways, we are all in the best of what we have. Thank you. And I wanted to contextualize I wanted to go ahead and contextualize what I just read. So yesterday, I finished reading this. I got this as a gift yesterday. Thank you, Cosmo. And I want to read the poem that made me start thinking about reflecting in this way in the first place. So I wrote this morning, and I finished this last night. But I want to go back to the section of this poem that really stood out to me. So throughout the conference, we've been putting different storytellers in dialogue. Etienne is one of my favorite poets of all time, and I think I'm adding a newer one to the collection. So I'll read the selection that inspired me today. Time. That is the ingredient of discovery. Let's take a walk. Take off your shoes and socks now. The footsteps must fall like dew on the grass, soft. Let them be gentle with this earth, like a hen that sits on its eggs, because after this day, the moment that comes must be brand new, like a baby, so our broken tongues and long-soiled lips can grope for new words, because old ones have broken this earth to pieces. Look at the eyes of the people, their faces and their gaits. You know, I heard something tear. Though the sun was up and twinkling little stones on earth, the river was dark, but I heard something tearing somewhere, and the mountains moved a little like bored old men, and the earth made a little sigh. I seemed to hear it. The river was dark and hiding its depth. The river was dark, hiding its depth and coiling its flow. The river was dark. But I heard someone tearing somewhere near me, and the silence purred. Holding hands with the shining sun and the stones flaunted, the earth spread and spread like a sprawled woman. And the green of the trees was red like the earth. The trees were tired. The trees were bending down to the earth crippling beneath the grass. The river was dark. And the little stones began to shine in movement, pressing, pushing into the horizon.
Oh, sure.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there any comments, questions? If not, thank you very much. I want to thank you very much for it. Yes, thank you. We'll now move into our second end of the story. Cosmos. You are on the stage.
Okay. You move forward like this.
Okay, and back is that. Okay, thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Jeff. It's a little bit unfair to make one so emotional just before I have to speak. Thank you so very much. Now I don't know how to proceed. Anyway, so the title is Rebuilding Dismantled Ceremonial Systems to Facilitate Intergenerational Knowledge Transfer Within African Knowledge Systems, but that's so long. If I wasn't a philosopher, I wouldn't pay attention to that. So the discussion that I would like to have is something that is continuing, that I'm continuing with. So it will look like everything is relevant, but especially I wanted to start with when May Antoinette was dealing with what should we do as the youth. She expressed something that I challenged her about this morning, and it seems like she didn't say the words, so I put the words in her mouth because it's the words that are so familiar to me. I go around the country talking to traditional leaders, talking to elders, talking to traditional healers, and they all say, the youth of today, we are frightened of you, we are scared of you, we don't know how to transfer the knowledge that we may have. And that's here. Because systems have been breaking The panel was speaking here earlier. I think basically every speaker that has spoken about the fact that systems have been breaking. So that's what it's about. That's the context it's in. So the slides are a bit cluttered because they were meant to be notes. So anyway, for the South African context, one of the things that I have seen in practice, for those who are not in South Africa and maybe those who don't go around in townships, is what some people have said. Like this one is the anecdote that I got from Antoinette, that I get from everyone, that says, hi, the youth now, they're going somewhere. There's a disconnect between young people and their seniors. But the other one that I have gotten is, there's, how do I share? Okay, there. So there's this increase in people who are wearing traditional healer gear. We can talk about it in different ways as different phenomena, but I think the more important and a personal aspect is it's a journey for people, primarily young people, who are seeking to know themselves, who are seeking to understand themselves, to know what it means, to be the self. And it's a journey that I think I tried to relate yesterday, that I myself feel like I have been on since a very young age. But now, it is, so I'm saying this because it's an important issue when it comes to decolonization. So decolonization, especially for young people, I'm no longer a youth for a while now, but it's got to do with more than roads must fall, fees must fall. It's also got to do with, in fact, some of the things we've seen on TV lately is people looking for their biological parents, Kumbule Kaya and such. It's people trying to find who they are. And that, I think, was systematically stolen in a way that's difficult sometimes to grasp. We're talking about systems that sometimes are treated as oral. I think many people will say it's oral traditions and the like, so it's not written down. But I think it's beyond that. It's things that are performed. I want to show you this. For instance, these are called Legogobza of Malemaja. And it's a performance that doesn't exist in any other social context except there. And it's an institution where rules about who you are, rules about who you can become, what you can question about yourself and your environment, that's where they're communicated. When we talk about African values and we say Ubuntu, that's just one fraction of it. But one thing I liked about when my sister was talking about is that it's a very valuable system that works very well in its context. But my argument, and I think I was jumbling around here, well, it's not my own argument, but Prof. Serote's argument I think he will make is that there's what we call African primary institutions, and those are basically what you can, if we want to be expedient, we can call families or extended families, that those are an important organizing system. But there's one key characteristic that he makes, one argument that he makes, that in spite of the onslaught, they have survived. They're still here today. But now my presentation today, when I say dismantled, I'm not talking about things that don't exist. The ceremonies I'm talking about are ceremonies that still happen, but they've been caved out. They're a little bit more hollow now. I am not making a let's go back to our roots argument. I am thinking about what we are losing when aspects of a system that is integral start to disintegrate, when aspects start moving away. I am not going to go into detail about the effects of colonialism, but one simple thing, when we talk about land, I think both people who say, let's not talk about land, and the people who say, let's take the land, both have something that I think is also a little bit off. that's thinking that land is commodity. That land is something that we should own. I'm not saying we shouldn't, but I'm saying land is also a thing that people relate to. In addition to being the basis of economy for farming that people did, it was a source of ceremony. There are certain ceremonies. I'm talking now, my experience, research experience, and personal experiences in the northern parts of the country. There are certain things that you can only do in certain places. That's the relationship with land. Now, what we suffered, what I had, what I had when my sister was talking earlier was something. She said, no, now the government started preferring workers from rural areas over the ones in the townships, maybe because the ones in the townships were troublesome. But the rural areas, as sending places, they were actually being brain drained. They were actually taking resources from them. And it was not people who were trying to go and find a reach or two. It was people who were being forced to come because in addition to reducing the amount of land that they could live off of, they had taxes imposed. Taxes that they pleaded, can we please work harder and pay with our produce? No, you have to pay in currency, you have to pay in the pound. So they were forced to actually come and work. When they get here, they are told they are not welcome. But the thing about it, now I don't want to lose my train of thought. Okay, I'll talk about, so the thing about this process is that it causes a dual exclusion, where somebody, a young man, is forced to leave their home at a certain point in their life. I'm going to talk about 3 rituals. I'm going to talk about birth and death rituals, at least knowledge systems. I'm going to talk about coming of age rituals and marriage, but only just brushing on the top. So please don't ostracize me on the lack of detail. But you will find young men, I'm talking about people of 13 to 16, that were being actively recruited for the mines to work on the 11-month contract because you stay longer, that's wrong. So they would be recycled. Every year you get a new contract to come and work. Come December, you go home, no guarantee of coming back in case you are sick. In January, you are re-recruited and they check. If you are not sick, you come back. Somebody does that for 20 years, they cannot retire here. They didn't build a social life back at home. For us to understand what that means, the social implications of that, we need to understand what the family structures are. There isn't time. But suffice it to say that systems were organized. I was speaking to Prof. Serote here again this morning about how complex is it? Why is it so complex? I said, you see, that's the thing. Ubuntu is not something that just happened or something that people do because it's beautiful. It's actually engineered. The system was made in such a way that you actually really needed to rely on other people. People who had wealth were removed from it so that they need other people in order to access it. Beneficiaries of the wealth, so there were those interrelations. Those were done within the family structures of how you relate to one person, who pays what, dowry to whom, and all of that. It's in my head, I feel like now I'm skipping. Anyway, the reason why I'm saying dismantled and rebuilding is simple. It will come in the form of a question mark here and there. When you had birth and deaths, birth was something that was reserved for women. When a woman is heavily pregnant, she'll be isolated in some way, attended to by different people and all of that. Men were excluded from most of that. It included a lot of ceremonies, a lot of symbolisms, a lot of ritual, a lot of helping a mother. You know, my wife was offended. She's not from my culture. And she was offended when she was carrying small baby and she gets here and every woman just grabs the baby out of her hands. It's the mutual duty. You suffered labor. You don't have to take care of your child. That's number one. Number two, the primary lover of your child, the one who's going to defend your child's corner, is not the biological mother. Why? Impartiality. You see, so it's those relations. Now, when you start taking people from that, it causes problems. Anyway, so one of the issues that might come now, when we use today's lens, when we want to go back and see how we identify how we are, we're going to start saying, oh, but it's unequal, because we're looking at it from a different context. Young people, not necessarily youth per se, but kids under the age of 12 and the like, were explicitly excluded from burial ceremonies. One of the issues that came up in the previous discussion was the question of secrecy. Why do they keep certain kind of knowledge secret? I don't know all of it to know why, but there was this need for knowledge being specific to certain people, but others know just enough to make that knowledge legitimate, but also those people know specialized knowledge for us to need them. That's why now even traditional healing, as widespread as it is, there are certain traditional healers who deal with only certain parts of healing. That's how the knowledge is managed as well. So now knowledge here is something you come to by your abilities, how you were born, when you were born, who you went through the processes with. So knowledge is that way. So it's not just if you're interested and you really feel like you need to know, you get to know. It's exclusionary for different reasons. One of the things that applies especially to an area I'm interested in is a question of law, and this is called sila. We might actually be lazy and call it taboo, but it has got to do with much more. It's about what is prohibited. It can be specific to a situation. It can be specific to interrelations. As soon as Prof. Serote says you are his daughter, I'm prohibited from treating you in certain ways, while somebody who relates to him in another way then is allowed to treat. It's an intricate system. Now, when we start removing people from that, we get issues. So, why it was important for me to point out that I'm talking about rituals that are still existing, the meanings are changing and we are losing something in them. It's not only because there are words that are unique to the place, that are unique to the ceremony, that communicate specific values within a community. It's not just that. It's that some things raise questions. Like, there are differences in cultures. I hear that people say, initiation schools, when you come back, you are a man. Not among where I come from, not among the people of the North, if we can call them that. You are a boy. In fact, you would be like this age when you are coming out. These are like between 10 to 12-year-olds. So you go to initiation school not to become a man, but that's the point at which we separate boy and girl. Not for sexual discrimination, not for gender discrimination. There's different stages of a child's life, but now we are identifying for grooming to occupy different roles within the community, to challenge different norms within the community. So as a boy, there's also for girls, but that is now also becoming obsolete. As a boy, they isolate you primarily from somebody who would have been your primary caregiver, your mother, and you stay away from there. You would have been taught some songs while you are with your mother, while you are with the women. You would have learned the kitchen where what is. You would have learned the food production aspect of being. Now they're removing you from that. First make you question everything that you know. And then they teach you new songs. It's only when you come back, that they say, he's ready to learn. That's where they identify talents. Craftspeople, we take you over here. I was talking about something that they say you are fishing with the ear. There are kids that they say, this might be a good jurist. So when the elders are sitting, they say, just come and listen. Just don't talk, just sit behind us. So you learn the rules, you learn the rhythms of argument. What do they call it? Rhetoric is not a European thing only. There's rhetoric here, and it matters a lot because that's what helps something that's very important. So anyway, this is just the details about that. So the songs that you will learn, for instance, before you go to initiation school, the riddles that you learn are called tai. Tai is when they're teaching you about symbolism. the behavior of things around, of natural things, the sounds that things make, whether you can guess what they're talking about. Because when you get to initiation school now, they're going to make you quite, I went through the process and I remember it being almost traumatizing, I would say, because they really, really make you question the arrangement of everything you know about the household. Why is your father the main man? Why do you think that? Oh, but now why do you think your mother is the main man? Oh, so they make you question that first, and the answers you'll get afterwards as you are growing. Some of the ways that they did it is that, like, when you come back, you are of a certain group, of a certain age group. That means when you've got life problems, those are the people you can talk to. The last one is about marriage. I'm not going to go into detail, except, like I said, it's things that still happen. We go to lobola negotiations. Lobola negotiations is when, how do I put this? Marriage here is not the biblical man, wife, they're in love. It's not about you. Like, to an extent, that's where I come from. Marriage can occur in the absence, permanent absence of one of the parties to the marriage. It's still a valid marriage for all intent and purpose. It's about the families. And they spent, it used to be, right now, we go in the morning, in the evening we are done, we've spoken. It used to be something that takes months. And the purpose, I only found out later, the purpose is to learn how to be in conflict with each other before it becomes too serious, before it becomes too personal. I was told that like we must grapple here first before we upset the ancestors, because by the time we announce, we need to show that we were responsible because we learned. So the way we are going to handle conflict between each other as families will be predetermined. But one of the things that happens, so the coming of age system is that you go to an initiation school with your peers of a certain group. For life, those are going to be your peers, right? But what happens is that when a woman gets married, this one I heard from a colleague of mine who was very concerned, a German colleague who works in Botswana. He was saying, you know, I was there and they say in Botswana culture, they tell you, when you have problems as a woman, don't tell anyone. Just keep it to yourself. Don't you think that's abusive? I do. I agree. That's crazy. It's nuts. What they were saying, the culture that they were communicating, the origins of it is to say, remember we used to tell you to talk to your peers about each and everything you encountered. Now that you are married, you need to be aware that your peers are your competition. So no longer divulge to them the details you are dealing with. But then what does it mean? What it meant is that during the lobola negotiation processes, for instance, they would have introduced you to the powerhouses of your husband's family, the most important one being a primary paternal aunt, your father's sister. That's the ultimate powerhouse. That's the one person that basically can tell both your husband and his father where to get off. Literally, like, they have so much power that they are not allowed to live in the same household. They have to go somewhere else. So those are the relations that I'm talking about. And the reason why I am bringing this, so this one here is just an emphasis about the fact that marriage is, the purpose of marriage is to make people related for life. There were instances of divorce. Divorce is not a Western thing. You cannot force someone to stay in something that they didn't want. You can try and persuade, but usually, if it's a woman, because a man, at least in the Balobedu culture where I come from, a man doesn't really, men are not very held in the highest of regards. But anyway, when it's a woman, she needs to be persuaded. That's why you're going to get married. But if ultimately she doesn't want, you won't force her. You see, so those are some of the things. So the sense of permanence, intergenerational even. Bula was talking about somebody who knows somebody who's married to somebody. Those are the designs. And then these are the relationships that will come out. These come with titles, but also responsibilities. So I was saying, if I say to you now, you are my cousin, or you are not my cousin, I think in English it just means either we are biologically related or we are not. But if I say a word that is similar, I say you are Motswala. The next question, Motswala wagai, Malome Rakadi, that means are you on my paternal or maternal side? Once we determine that, it has got so many implications, so many implications, to an extent that actually, when we talk about this, it's now about what you can do. Sorry, I want to give this example, I'm not trying to be naughty. But for instance, for a man to have Motswala wa Malome, so a person who is my maternal uncle's child, biological or most usually not, it's an invitation to say you can take your chances, take your shot. So if I approach a woman and she says, I'm not your Motswala, immediately says, no, don't think you have too much hope here. That's just one anecdotal example. So the reason why I'm bringing this is because now here in the townships, they will say they don't respect the elders. In the villages, they say Sila doesn't exist. And my argument is that the importance, most of these things are still there, the words are still there, but the depth of the meaning is getting eroded away. Because, I mean, the colonialism happened, but the counter, the felt, the ripple of that is some of the characteristics that, for instance, what happened here? Okay, so one of the consequences, for instance, in Bulubedu is botanical knowledge. I spoke about this lady earlier again, is how much young people of my community knew about the names, characteristics, uses, advantages, disadvantages of all the flora and fauna around them. It was impressive. She wrote in 1932 that they are superior to European specialist botanists, people who went to study botany. Kids who were 12 years old, who had just come out of the school, their knowledge and understanding, memory and knowing of behavior in nature of a plant was superior. Now I cannot name more than 10 different plants in my own language. That's the language that's lost. That's the language that will not get an opportunity to be used in court. And also in it we have what we call, if you say to a northern Soto speaker, you say, Marema Gadika, you have said such a big thing. Basically, you're saying somebody who knows how to say proverbs. To you, it sounds like maybe he's a poet. But you're saying somebody who can give legal logic and reasoning that can counter each other. This is what we are losing. One of the reasons why we are losing this is because, first of all, by being specific to context, some things make it difficult to write down because some of the language is performed language. We can write what we want. How are you going to write Domba? How are you going to symbolize that? I can't even know how to translate it. They say it's the albino python dance. It's not a dance. It's a ritual. It's a communication. It's so many things. Not because it's beautiful, because it actually informs the socio-cultural legal system. So that dismantling. When you take people when they are 16, they come, and when they turn 60, you ditch them back. They don't have retirement plans, because the retirement plan was built in the system. Who you treat how, whose child you are supposed to defend, determined who you could claim food from when you are old and frail. Thank you so very much. I don't have a conclusion because I don't have an answer.
Thank you very much, Cosmos. As we march towards the close, I shall call Beulah to make her presentation and remind us that we started by saying reparations or reconciliation, or reparations and reconciliation. And I'll explain why I said that, but let me hand over to Bulai for now. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. They normally say this is the graveyard shift, but I think it's the showstopper. Allow me to sit. It's not plugged in. Don't you have the HDMI cable? Just here. I'm going to be dovetailing what Cosmos has just presented, but now shifting it into what it means within a resistance period. What are the implications, and how do you start to move from there to finding self, to healing, and claiming your power back? The approach that I will be taking with this is, firstly, oh, those are my beautiful babies. Okay. The approach that I'll be taking is to first start with an introduction in terms of the setting that also locates me within that period. And then you'll get a sense as to, it's not just the story out there, but where myself is located in there. I will look at the notion that it takes a village to raise a child. And in this village and the resistance, the rupture, the loss, the sorrow that goes with it, what does that mean? The coming of age, Cosmos has started on it. I will get into it in terms of the coming period, which now in a resistance context happens that these young ones are now fleeing. They're finding new families. There's new complexities. Young women get their first period, but they're not home. There's no mother, there's no aunt. But there are other people that come to play to catch the falling baby. The return, we'll get into looking at, did they really return? Did they really return? Because children left, but grown men and women came back. So did they return? And lastly, we'll look at restoration and reconstruction of the village. From a timeline perspective, we'll start at June 76. At the time, I was just a toddler. So 76 comes and it ends up being my first year of toddlerhood, which were just full of the reality. And somebody mentioned it earlier. The reality, even as a child, that you can be killed. You're very conscious of it. You know death, even when you're a toddler. We move into 77, 79, and at the time, I'm a toddler in a household of activists. The whole BC movement was everywhere. The self-sustainability was in our backyard. We had young men, because the school most of the time was out. They were out of school. There were riots most of the times. So most of these young people would be spending time at home with my dad, who would be the instructor. And then I looked back and realized, oh my God, he was only 30. He was only 30, but he had these groups of young people that he had to now guide, coach, support, and also assist to those who were looking to leave, to be able to leave. And in that period of 77 to 79, there was radio freedom. There was the Rhodesia, and I put it there as the Rhodesia War because that's what the place was. There was the fight for it to become Zimbabwe. And in the evenings, we would listen to Radio Freedom. And there was this soundtrack that would play that had gunshots in it. And of course, my dad, being the man that he was, would tell us, don't be afraid, it's going to come here too. It's already happening. I mean, you're already seeing it. It's going to come here too, and we'll be liberated. That's why these young men and women are leaving. We're going to be liberated, and this is how it's going to happen. Of course, it doesn't sound strange because on every daily on a daily basis, every corner, there is a police van. There are already guns in the neighborhood. That was how our childhood looked like. And so, going back to the Gaza story, when you watch what's happening in Gaza, you're reminded what South Africa was in that period for a person living in the township. Now, yesterday, Seth mentioned some of the support systems that got created, and then I updated my slide. And this was around the medical services they would require to use when they had been injured. And a certain Dr. Ntato Motlana who started a clinic. And this clinic was then followed by the first black medical aid, Sizwe Medical Aid, and it was targeting low-income households. So in the middle of all this turmoil, you still see the ingenuity of black people still addressing their social needs to thrive. Where there's space for them to thrive, they still take the gap and they do that. Sizwe Medical Aid, for me, when you look at it, it's the blueprint of what today we're saying the NHI should be. So when we're looking at what is happening today and we think it's all new, it's not new. It's been done before. And so it's important that we do not forget that these things, the blueprints are there. People just needed the space for this to be expressed. And today still one of the, I think they've merged with HOSMED, but it's still there. So it's not a dream that disappeared, but it's actually a thriving medical aid that's out there. But like I say, the principles on which it was birthed is what should actually be informing our NHI. So we don't have to go to the UK to look at what they've done. We already have our own blueprint. 76 meant a lot of youngsters had to flee. And when they fled, they then got military training in the various neighboring countries, and some of them would return as operatives on various campaigns. One of those was in 1979, when Solomon Mahlangu came back. And unfortunately, he got arrested and was one of the youngest, if not the youngest person to be executed. And in that period, when the apartheid government was seeking to end his life, all over the world, even those that wanted to turn a blind eye, they could no longer. I can't remember how old he was, but he was under 20. He was a child. You have to imagine what kind of a people are you that you find it in yourself to execute a child. But they did it. This was in 1979, which also happened to be the year I started school. So life goes on. As unstable as it still goes on. We still go to school. We still have homes. We still have friends. And we carry on, but the lessons of what is going, you get home, and there's the headlines about Solomon Mahlangu and what is happening. My aunt, the eldest Rakhadi, at the time, was actually interpreter to Solomon's mum in court. In 1980, there's the Silverton siege. More young people that left in 76 that went underground, that went for military training. They return. They return, they keep returning. These are just one of the few campaigns, but they keep returning. And every time they do, whether you like it or not, more pressure comes on this government. These three young men, again under 20, they went into the then Volkskas Bank, which is now ABSA in Silverton, held it hostage. They had their list of demands. And unfortunately, it ended, and I think at one point they knew it ended with them being shot dead. But again, the clock shifted. It shifted. In 1983, there's the big Church Street bombing that changed the landscape for a very long time. Before then, wherever you went, you did not have street blockages or metal detectors or anything like that. After 1983, you entered a supermarket, you entered a small bookstore, there was a metal detector. And all this, it seemed to happen overnight. Church Street, which we could drive through before, you could not drive through. And even up to this day, it's still limited. Post-94, they sort of opened it up a little bit, but it's still limited. And so you start to see major change even in how we live and which spaces you can go into. And you become conscious of what is a bomb, what an AK-47 looks like. We're still children, by the way. We are still children. And that's the environment in which this first 7 years of from 76 looked like. I chose a timeline of 7 years because there's this saying that, give me a child for the first 7 years of their life, and I will tell you the kind of adults they're going to become. So if 76 was this child, in the first 7 years, this is what happened. Children being killed, children being maimed. And then we get into the 80s. We have a generation of children that know death, that know war, and are ready because they know the bigger vision is more important, and actually it's much closer. Who do I talk about when it comes to the 80s? Our dear Julius Malema. How many times have you heard him say he's prepared to die? Even in this age, whatever happens, one of his main things that he will always remind people is that he's not afraid to die. Because he's a child that's born in a period where children, their death was not impossible, but at times was seen as a necessity. And so without even him being conscious of it, that the period within which he was born actually has shaped the mindset that he has. And so you can start to imagine all these things that have happened, that a lot of us have sort of found a way not to remember, but they're there. And they inform how we react to situations every single day. No debriefing has happened, but people still live based on those first 7 years post-76 and what it meant for the next generations. So we talk about it taking a village. Now, the setting of this village has been made. The setting, 76, you have a fracturing. Cosmo used a different word, but you have the village being fractured. And I must say, it did not just fracture, it was already fragile. Because already you had the elders that had left, people had been in prison, people in exile, so it was already a fragile environment. That which motivated these youngsters, as we heard from Seth this morning, was that there was an anger. But they didn't just wake up. It is all the things that have happened before. They get to 76, and even though they're young, everything that has happened before informs their state of mind and their state of being. And so the riots happen, and you have a fracturing of already a fragile structure in terms of the family, in terms of community. Parents lose sons and daughters. Cosmo, you put it as morwa, barwedi, that is what happens. Parents, there is Hector Zolile there, but he's not just a son. He is a friend to somebody. He is a nephew to somebody. He is a student. And so you see the multitude of losses that happen even out of one casualty. But when we count in singulars. But that's not what happened. What happened is that a teacher lost a student. A youth club lost a member. A mother mourned a son. A father mourned the same son, but differently. Each of the people that this individual was to the different people is mourned. And you are now sitting in this fractured environment where there's not even that community to come and pull together, because the community is fractured. There are many losses happening all at the same time. So how do we move from such a situation where parents are burying children, which is sila. It is one of those things that should not happen. Parents should not bury their children. It should be the other way around. And so even at a spiritual level, life has been tampered with. Parents are burying children. These children start moving, and let's look at the age. We're looking at, Cosmo shared the picture of the young men who are coming from initiation between 10 and 12, prepubescent. In other cultures, they go in as they hit puberty, but it's basically that period between the ages of 10 and 15. And that is the age majority of these children that were being murdered and the ones who went into exile who had to flee. That's the age they were in. Now, in a normal village, where everything was operating normal, they would be going into initiation schools. And nature knows where they should be, but the environment is not there to support such passage in life. And so their passage takes a different form, one that is carved within the resistance. It's still a passage. There's no one to observe it. Everyone does what they can as they go. But somehow, this village still finds a way to remake itself. It keeps remaking itself. And so, when we look at this, there's the demonstrations that happen. Where there's no resistance, there would have been a call that goes to the families to say, boys, girls of this age, it's time. Here, you don't have that. What you have are the demonstrations where the message is that it's time for our freedom. It's time for things to change. But there's a call. It's a different call, but it's a call nonetheless. You have the riots, you have the executions, the loss of blood, the loss of life. And with this loss of blood and life, what it does, it almost feels like when you're looking at it from a cultural perspective, it's like when blood is spilled, it's a curse. It's not a good thing for blood to be spilled, worse of a child. And so something must be done to ensure that it doesn't happen again, that it is stopped. And so you see, as Seth was sharing this morning, how parents, how workers all rise up because you can no longer stand by and watch. Even at a cultural level, when something as drastic as what was happening in that period happens, it requires every man, woman to stand up and do something. And that's what happened. The coming of age also happened in prison. In prison, a lot of, when they went into Robben Island, as Seth was sharing, they found a lot of much older activists who were already there, who became fathers, who became uncles. Again, now, the new family structure starts to emerge. It's not perfect. You're in a male prison, there are no mothers, it's just fathers, uncles, brothers, but it starts to make up for the gaps. You have those that go into exile. Those that go into exile also start to form own families. They are received in households that understand what is happening in South Africa. They're supported through their early pubescent years. I mentioned at the start that you had a lot of young girls who found themselves in the middle of a bush. They wake up and they've got their first period. When they left home, that was the last thing on their mind. And when it happens, the first thing person you think of is your mother. But there's no mother nearby. There's no sister nearby. There's no aunt. There's no one. So that moment in your life happens, and all you can do is scream to the heavens. But those that are around, again, they gather around, and we might not even speak the same language. We might not come from the same cultural practices. But what happens, again, the memory of what the village is supposed to do, people now step into those positions to become the actors. You might not have been born to be that girl's mother or that girl's aunt, but in that moment, you step up and find your place in ensuring that this sacred moment is honored in the right way. And they are then provided with the knowledge to know now that they are a woman, what is expected of them. But what is expected cannot be expressed as it would have been back home. How it then gets expressed is through how they become now a soldier. They become soldiers who are now determined with a vision to go and fight. And if you look at the traditional coming of age, when the young men and young women go into initiation, they are provided with tools to set up households, to defend their villages. The young men are taught the art of war. When war comes, what should they do? Healing, they're taught all those things. But this time, the focus is on that one element of resistance and liberation. And so their energies, their training is now honed into that particular aspect. It is still a coming of age, just under the resistance. And from that perspective, you start to see how, indeed, nature does not allow for a vacuum. It does not allow for a vacuum. And memory, even though you were fleeing, memory somehow, our collective memory starts to come together and help us to reconstitute our villages. Still on the African Primary Institute and resistance, what then happens is you start to move from biological ties, which become replaced by political actors, whether within community, whether in exile or prison. I want to zoom in on the community one. The community one is one that is extremely difficult one at times, because what happened is you would ask, why would someone that's still in community need to form new ties? They still have access to their own people. During this period, levels of trust also went down, even between people who were family. Sometimes it was your own family in believing that they're trying to help you to get out of trouble. They would tell on you to say, no. He's a good boy, don't worry, we will put him in line. And so you end up in a situation where those that you could have trusted before, you're not able to, but you find other people within your community who are able to support you. The result of that, unfortunately, also created a lot of animosity between families, where some people would believe that, oh, you're the one that's feeding my child with this propaganda, with all these ideas of communism, of this or the other, and you want my child to be killed, because people did see other people's children killed. And the blaming starts to happen. My child is dead today because they listened to you. And so the fracturing becomes deeper. Whilst there was the fracturing that happened because of how the state decided to respond to the marches, to the peaceful marches and the protests, deeper fracturing happens when within the family, within the village, within the community, people that used to share meals, people who were neighbors and could share salt, now would not even look at each other. And some of those, by the way, continue. Safe houses were the new homes for those who went into exile. One of those that actually are well known is the number 43 Trelawney Park in Manzini, Swaziland, popularly known as Kwamagogo. And that home actually has had so many people come through it. Every year, annually, this weekend is one of those weekends. If I wasn't here, I would have joined them. But this weekend, all the people majority of the people that went through that house, a lot of them literally having just packed their bag, left home as if they're going to the shops on 16 or 17 June, would find their first place to sleep under a roof at number 43 Trelawney. And these people have become family. They've created their own village. They meet, they have a reunion annually where they bring their children to tell them the stories of what happened. A number of campaigns, including the one I told you about earlier, of the Church Street bombing was actually one of those that was planned from that base. So it's quite a significant monument outside of South Africa and has been recognized as such. They left, never to return. I asked the question earlier. When young people left, whether they got in prison for a number of years or went into exile, did they return? I don't think so. Their coming of age, which would have normally taken a few months and they would have returned to be celebrated, took years. And so that child, the years were spent in between. The adults are the ones who returned. And that is, again, a point where the hurt, again, for those that had lost their sons, their nephews, their nieces, that's another hurt because you're excited they're coming back. But when they come back, they are not that child that left. They are not the child. I know families where people returned and within a few months, they were not even on talking terms. So the loss continues. There are many who still mourn the children that left and cannot understand the adults that returned. The resistance took years from families and communities. It took away ceremonies and celebrations. It took away the children as those that returned came back mothers and fathers themselves. They came back freedom fighters. They came back veterans. Some were already at an age where now they're actually going into retirement or active duty. In Sesotho, we say, "Sesa feeling sa tlola." And I always struggle to try and explain what does it mean. And the best I can put is that there's an end to everything. Where there's strife, it will come to an end. If it doesn't end, then something is wrong, and that wrong must be fixed. But the words that are used, the Sotho word tlola, to tlola is not only to indicate something's wrong, but in this instance, the literal meaning of tlola is to create. Which means when something is not fixed and you allow it to carry on perpetually, it then goes on to create more problems. You add one problem to another. You incubate, the system starts becoming a self-incubating system that creates problems. And so when there is a problem, it needs to be fixed so that it doesn't go and birth more problems. And so when we say Sesafel Satlola, there's a need for recovery, there's a need for restoration, there's a need for reconstruction. In the same way, when we talk of rebuilding, pulling together everyone, how do we do that? Being mindful that how the village was constructed initially is not the same one. Things have shifted. We now need to construct this village focused on what are the shared values. What are the shared values? Number 43 reunion reminds you of the new village that has been created, of people not related by blood, but by experiences. We need to account for the youth resistance journey, its casualties and victories. And that's one of the first big steps when you're restoring and recovering. We need to account. We need to take the time, and it must be acknowledged that healing takes time, but you must start. You must start. We must make space to mourn and validate the coming of age and achievement of milestones that were not properly celebrated or marked in time. The children that left had milestones that were achieved, but were never seen. Create spaces for that to be done. Develop a language of healing and restoration as we develop the language of resistance. What I find is missing a lot is the language of restoration and healing. Even when we remember, our fallback point is the language of resistance. What is our language of healing? What is our language of restoration? We need to find that language. We need to find those words to assist us to move forward. We need to nurture the restoration of the family values and structure beyond blood relations. Because the resistance has remade who we are. We can never go back. In the same way, the children that left never came back, but adults came back, who we were as a people before all of this, before apartheid, before colonialism, will not come back. We have been remained, but our values should not be tampered with. We use those as a guide to help us find the new family, the new community, the new village, whose values are stemmed in the people we are. I always remind people, we have a beautiful preamble in our Constitution, which we often forget. And it reminds us that we have bound ourselves as the people of South Africa to recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who suffered for injustice and freedom in our land. Simple as that. We have a duty not to forget. We have a duty to honor. And that is in line with the values of us, the values of Ubuntu. They are there. And when you do that, you commit yourself to never forgetting and always honoring. It ensures we keep healing, and the next generations do not suffer the trauma that they don't understand where it comes from. Ladies and gentlemen, that is my story for today. These pictures you see here is what has been happening over the past 2 days out in Paris. It is the number 43 new village of youngsters who now they're bringing in the top left, now they're bringing their children to share in the stories of what they have gone through. And the uncles and aunts who may not be blood relations, but when they were out in the bush, they shared so much and cared for each other that they're actually more than blood. So it's good to see this. We need to replicate this. We need to create more spaces, more moments like this, so that we can all heal. Thank you.
Yula, thank you very much. I would like to suggest that we take a 5-minute break, reconvene to close after that. Thank you very much.
Are we going to do a circle, or should we arrange things in a circle?
Yeah. Want to close, Chief? Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back after the short break. We have been here for 3 full days. 3 very difficult sessions have happened, but I think most important is that camaraderie and friendships have been formed, and I hope that from now on, people will reach out to each other, no matter which part of the world different people are going, so that what happened here reaches those parts of the country and can be discussed. It is extremely important because we were not talking about arithmetic. If you listened very carefully to all the presentations, we're talking about human life. I'm therefore not surprised when, as I went around asking, people were saying, is it possible for us to do something that will ensure that we don't forget that we gathered this way? And it would seem to me that the only way we can do that is what other people did here. I'm told that there is a script which has been recorded. I'm told that there is a film which has been recorded. So we do have a record of this thing. The least that we can do is reproduce those those scripts, reproduce that footage, put it to where people came from. That's the least we can do. The best we can do, which was another suggestion, was that perhaps we can come with a documentary out of this, and we can come out with a book out of this, so that we must not forget. Very important things were said here. If you remember, colonialism was preceded by slavery. Slavery happened from about the 14th century onwards. I don't think there is no slavery now. I don't think so. There is still slavery. Jeffa Jelin told us a very important thing which we must not forget. The first country after that length of slavery to free itself was Haiti. First ever in the world to establish itself, fight and win the struggle, to say this thing must not happen to humanity. This thing of oppressing other people for whatever reason, whether color of skin, gender, children, whatever, it must not happen. That statement was made through serious struggle against the greatest odds, and it was won. And that's why I thought it was very important for us to add this to this event. And I must thank Professor Veli for having organized it the manner in which you organized the thing. Handpicked people from different parts of the world to be present at UJ under ACEPS. And therefore, thank you very much for that thought, for that creativity, but also thank you very much to those who responded to that call. The call that has been made here, as few as we are, is a call to the world, to be quite honest. We are calling the world to change its very bad habits. And those two bad habits are expressed in two far-flung areas. One is Haiti now. It's being torn apart by gangsters. A whole foreign minister of a very powerful country flies from another point of the world, from Gaza to Haiti. I mean, imagine this. He meets with Netanyahu now and talks to Netanyahu and said, wara about how to kill more people there in Gaza. Flies across the world to Haiti to preside over appointing a new prime minister, who I don't know who he is. Maybe you know, Jeff, I don't know. A prime minister who must run a gangster country, tend people to gangsters. We live in a very strange world. But that is to say the least. I want to tell a story, because the least can also be addressed as the West. When we were in the struggle, Joyce and I, a very strange thing happened, but beautiful one. We looked and we said, what must we do now Now that we've used AK-47s, we've used all kinds of different bombs, we've used underground, we've used this, it's still very, very difficult. We then sat down and said, we're going to change this tactic. We're fighting against a very mighty power which is supported by the world, and we are supported by us only. Not us only, but by human beings. When I say us only, I mean human beings. And we said we will go to high schools now and handpick young people, both boys and girls, which we did. And we will train them in 5 things: how to use an AK-47 effectively and survive, how to use a limpet mine effectively and survive, how to use a grenade effectively and survive, how to use sophisticated methods to ascertain whether it is correct to act or not, and how to ensure that you survive. And we spread these young people across the country. And there is one place where it happened, and I hope we can be brave. I hope we can be brave to name the book and the book that we'll publish here and the film that we'll make out of here, to call it, even here, a young man, after he acted against and won a war against the most powerful, he stood in the street and said, even here, dogs are in struggle. You know why he said that? He had taught his dog that when I throw something, you must act. And all of us can do that here. Can take a stone and throw it, and the dog, after some time, knows I must run and fetch the stone and bring it back. But we do ball first. So on this particular day, this young man, and I'm following on what Beulah has been saying and what Cosmos was saying, when you look at the young people and say, what do we do to these young people to become humane and human beings? What must we do? Because that's what they were saying. This boy trained his dog that when I take a stone, I must throw, you must charge. On this particular day, the Boers had already, when I say the Boers, I mean the apartheid regime, had already learned that there is this thing about using grenades now. And if we are not careful, our young boys will be afraid to go into the townships. So we must make sure that they are not afraid. We are going to take Caspers. You know, when you see a Casper, you must remember this is why it was made. You put a lot of soldiers into a Casper, you send it into a place, and people just see this thing and one person peeping like that. But inside there's all kinds of people armed in all different ways. And this thing must enter, and then you release the soldiers in a place and take everybody by surprise, and they shoot and kill and do whatever, mayhem. This young boy looked at this. After training the dog, the Casper came, and he took a stone, not a grenade. They were expecting a grenade. Took a stone and threw it at the Casper. The dog rushed towards the stone. The boy, the soldier in the car, who was trained that you must never kill dogs, tried to swerve the Casper such that he does not run over the dog. And the Casper capsized. And the boy came and threw, very gently, a grenade inside the Casper and killed all of them. And he went on a wall and wrote, even here, dogs are in struggle. I thought you'd laugh so that you don't cry, but I don't know. Let me repeat. He went on a wall and wrote, what do you call these things that we write on? Graffiti. Sorry? Graffiti. Graffiti. He went and did graffiti on the wall. Even dogs are in struggle here. And the evidence was a capsized Casper, many dead young people who had brought death into a township called Bontehavel. Why am I telling this story? We are few here. But the search that we have made together here is mammoth. There is nothing that we have not turned upside down and looked as to what is a struggle, what must a struggle do, for whom and why, and where else has it happened, and why has it happened wherever it happened. We brought all kinds of people with different stories to tell. And my appeal is the University of Johannesburg, respecting ACEPS, must really seriously consider and say, was there any value in people coming from South Korea, Holland, almost every part of the world? I'm exaggerating, I know. But we represent that, from Haiti. So my plea is, let us make a serious consideration and say, here is information that we have consisting both in documentation and in celluloid. Can we create a conversation in the world through these two? Thank you very much.
Dumelang again, everybody. The reason we're all seated this way, looking at each other, is to create a much more connected space in which no one person is at the front center. We can all look each other at eye level. So we can just have an open discussion. If you guys have any thoughts, any questions, anything, any burning questions, if you just want to share something, there's some insights that you've picked up over the past couple of days, that kind of thing. Can I get a show of hands if you want to? Yes. Sangyan. Thank you for being number one. Okay, it's always very trailblazing of you.
Thank you. Yeah, I tried to not take space as much as possible because I understand my duty here is to witness and to listen. But consistent to what I just said, first maybe what I should do is just state my gratitude. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here, to be educated. I do think that this is something that I myself did not anticipate because I come from a very academic, I'd say, upbringing until now, and I only been to one conference where philosophers were juxtaposed to activists, and that was on the topic of Armenian genocide, and here I entered into this interaction again, but this had been wholly different, and it opened my eyes in ways that I did not anticipate. So thank you so much for Veli, Shanae, and Dimfo. And also I heard that Jennifer funded the whole thing, so thank you for that as well. I'm so lucky to be educated in this way. So I was thinking, what can I do in return? Because I have already received so much. And I think one thought that has been continuously popping in my mind for the past 3 days was ethics of listening, basically. Because we have talked much about what it means to hear, what it means to be present, and so on. But even though I purposefully chose to give space, I could not differentiate myself as actively listening or just blending in the background. So I wondered what it would mean to establish certain, I mean, this is just my training, principles that would guide me, so to allow myself to be an ethical listener. And this is very preliminary because I have never thought about it. This is my first time articulating it. And I think one of the things that I thought that I could do is to ask purposeful questions, so to invite people to share their perspective, but not necessarily judge. And after not judging, relaying that information to other people so that I become a medium. So I thought that what I will do now is I have a bunch of white kids as my students waiting for me in the Netherlands, and I will relay the information about the Soweto Uprising, how linguistic injustice was involved actively. Thank you, Swazi, for this. I am an expert in linguistic justice, and you open my eyes in wholly different ways. And also just to establish network, so to be able to reciprocate what you have provided to me, which means that I hope to be able to collaborate in the future, so that I see you all in Holland, where you can provide your theories, so to educate us and them in return. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else? What are we thinking? Thank you, Mama.
Okay. I am very grateful of this day and the organizers of this event. You know, it's saddened us as activists, political prisoners, not to be involved in our own struggle, and only meeting each other on the 16th of June. From there, we don't know who is where and how are they. In the first place, remember when we were an activist, you really get negativity amongst your family, amongst your neighbors. And people start scaring at you. They are scared of you. I remember when I came back from prison, I was isolated. I didn't know whether I'm coming or going. But I want to thank those who were closer to me and my family as well. And on the way forward, I wish this doesn't just end here. We have to make exchange programs so that the world should know. We are impressed about our friends from Haiti and everywhere they're coming from. Let it not be for today. Let it be continuity, because we are aging. Just now, there is mental illnesses, and people who will want to know about your story. Sometimes dementia takes up. So I want to thank Antoinette Sithole. I want to thank everybody who organized this, and I love you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate your presence here as well. Thank you very much. Okay, anybody else? Any thoughts? It's been a very heavy past couple of days, so I understand we're still ruminating about it, but this is an opportunity that we have here right now. It's an opportunity for us as the youth, to have a conversation, a frank conversation. This is a chance for the activists to share their other things, because it's not just what you have shared so far. There's a whole lot more that you have left behind. So among us here, can I please get another hand up, please? Before I start picking. Anyone? All right. You know what? Oh, my Antoinette.
I didn't know that you were here. Please, have a seat.
No, that's okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is a process. You either take it as a opening up old wounds, a healing process, the start or the beginning, or the vice versa, but it's life. Life is very, very complex. But as people, it doesn't matter what happened to you, when, how, but we always try our best to be positive about life. As Mom has said, Mom Pona, that these stories need to be written, and besides, we are aging. So as we age, Alzheimer and dementia takes its toll. So I don't know how soon it will be, but I think we must keep on talking about this, not only because you came Dimpo, reparation, epistemic, whatever. But I'm saying it's what we should be talking about, not in our daily lives, but it's something that we need. To heal, you don't have to go to the clinic or go to the counselors. That's how we counsel ourselves. Because when you go for counseling, always they'll tell you, you mustn't do this, this. You can say your stories, but something strange, it's like you are told how to behave, But when you are scarred, there's one thing that I've realized. When you are scarred, how do you remove the scar if it really goes away? How do you remove the scar? By putting paint? So it's not easy, and it's not going to be easy. It's a long, long, winding road. So it needs more and more for people to come together and talk about it. And you may find that along the way, that's how some people are going to heal. I don't know, that's how I feel. I always take things vice versa. If something is bad, I turn it around and look at it, analyze it and say, okay, now I'm going to make you positive. That's how I live. Because who am I going to turn to? There are so many things that happened in our lives. Who to trust? And who must pay who? Why are we here? I always have questions. Yes, we are trying to fix so many things. Some of them we are going to win, some of them we are not going to win. So how do we go around it? Yes, we may sit here and talk, but I'm telling you, it's a long, winding road. And some of us maybe won't be around. So at least we've got the chance where we can sit around and talk about issues, even though they come after a decade. But at least we managed to sit down and then, we still have to go back there, feel that pain, so that when we move forward, we know what you are talking about. I'm really thankful, and maybe may we all have peace within us. I know it's not going to be easy. We may have peace, but not pieces. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. We have one more question from Nokpila.
Yes. No, you don't have to. You don't have to do that. No, this is just to add on. You don't have to.
Please don't. All right. Hi, everyone. Sorry. So I just have a comment. And this is actually part of Homi Bhabha's analysis. He's an Indian critical theorist and scholar. You can't hear me? Sorry, okay. Yeah, so this is part of Homi Bhabha's analysis, who's a critical theorist and Indian scholar. Homi Bhabha's analysis of colonial discourse provides a nuanced understanding of how stereotypes function in the process of subjectivation, where individuals come to occupy specific social roles and identities. In the context of South African racism, Bhabha's ideas can be particularly insightful. Bhabha argues that stereotypes are fundamental to how individuals conform to societal norms. This process involves the creation of the other through a discursive production of differences, wherein the colonized are defined and controlled by the colonizer. This creates a hierarchy that appears stable but is inherently ambivalent because it relies on both recognizing and rejecting differences. In South Africa, the legacy of apartheid has left deep racial divides where the colonizers' attempt to fully understand and control the colonized has resulted in a constructed identity of the oppressed and a reinforced identity of the oppressors. Bhabha highlights that this process of defining the other also defines the self, creating a mutual dependency that destabilizes both identities. Bhabha also incorporates a psychoanalytic approach, drawing from Freud's concept of the fetish. He suggests that what is despised is also strangely desired. This results in an ambivalent relationship of both derision and desire towards the stereotyped other. For instance, in South Africa, skin color can be seen as a fetishized object, simultaneously rejected and needed to maintain the colonizer's identity. Healing in this context involves addressing these deep-seated psychological and social wounds. It's not just about rectifying historical injustices, but also understanding the ambivalence and instability in these constructed identities. This process can be seen as both psychoanalytic and addressing the unconscious mind's role in these dynamics, and personal, involving individual and collective journeys towards reconciliation and self-understanding. The language used to discuss these issues is critical because it both establishes and destabilizes these identities. Bhabha argues that discourse initially sets up differences, but also makes them unstable, as the very act of defining the other reveals the impossibility of a complete, coherent identity. In summary, applying Bhabha's analysis to South African racism, we explore how colonial discourse and stereotypes have created unstable, ambivalent identities. Healing involves a complex process of understanding these dynamics at both psychological and social levels, recognizing the mutual dependency and inherent instability in the identities of both the colonizer and the colonized. The language we use to describe these processes plays a crucial role in both perpetuating and potentially resolving these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nokupila. Do you have any more hands? Jofa.
Yes, I just want to say thank you so much to everyone who welcomed my ideas, as maybe unfamiliar as they might have seemed. I think I'm one of the very few people in the room who don't have any formal training in philosophy or aren't studying in philosophy or have that as kind of a disciplinary field of interest. And yet I felt challenged in ways that still felt safe. And I felt the conversations were beautiful and generative and just super productive. And I am just so glad that Veli, you had me here, and Jennifer, you had me come along with you, because I so enjoyed this, and I'm looking forward to continuing the conversations.
Am I seeing any more hands? Well, I'd like to thank everybody for making it here. This has been a very insightful, productive, and enriching experience. I'd like to thank everybody for coming from wherever you came from. I'd like to wish you have a very nice rest in this lovely winter we're having in South Africa. And just finally, just for me personally, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for taking the effort to wake up really early for 3 consecutive days, stay really late with us, and still be here, being very vibrant, being very honest, being true, and coming here with just bearing your heart to share in these very important conversations and sharing these experiences with us. Thank you very much.
The University of Johannesburg, the future reimagined.